right, welcome back, everyone.
Thanks, Denny. Thanks for doing a great job.
Oh, we're getting through it. Hey, Ken, anything we need to go over before we jump in?
I don't believe so.
All right, well, let's bring the 2021-22 Budget Committee back in session, and we are here with Cynthia. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Should I just get started?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon, commissioners and budget committee members. It's a pleasure to be here today for our second virtual budget presentation. I didn't really think I would ever say that. It's definitely been an unusual year. For the new budget committee members, transit is considered an essential service and is a critical lifeline to many older adults and people with disabilities and frontline workers. And I thought before I jump into all the numbers, I received a really nice message from a customer last Thursday, and I think it provides a glimpse into why having a transit system is so important and of value to Yamaha County residents. So I'm just going to read it. I'll just take a minute or so. Thursday evening, Route 33, last bus to McMinnville from Hillsboro. I'd like to thank the person, Ben, I think, and two of the bus drivers were willing to wait 5 minutes until the next Max Blue Line finally pulled into the transit center. This was the last bus which would have left me stranded out in Hillsboro. Once again, I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I just started my job on Monday after not working since last February 2020. Like so many out there, it has been a very difficult year. I am humbled and very thankful to be back to being employed. I ride 2.5 to 3 hours bus max ride and about the same time frame back, which makes for a very long day. And today was not a good day. It was made extra stressful when the Max Blue Line was delayed over 30 minutes. If I had missed the last ride, it would have broken me. You never know what someone is dealing with. So thank you and keep on being amazing and for going that extra mile. So I just thought that was a nice little compliment. We don't get those very often, so I wanted to share it because it is more than the numbers. So right now, and our ridership right now is about 60% of pre-COVID days, but it is up from 25% when I presented the budget to you last May. So as you know, we're primarily funded with state, federal grants and contributions from the County General Fund, cities of McMinnville and Newburgh, and a few of the smaller cities. So your binder includes a document that highlights some of our accomplishments. It looks like this. Whoops, it doesn't work with this screen. And it has some goals for this budget year also. This coming fiscal year, Yamaha County Transit's focus is to develop some of the pretty much needed policies and programs, and also to begin the process for facility planning for our long-term needs so that we can continue to build a strong foundation. Service enhancements will follow as the riders start to come back, but Yamaha County Transit, we just don't know. So we did budget for some new service, but that will happen as we kind of monitor the situation. We've been very successful in our grant world, and I'm proud to say by the end of this fiscal year, we will have received $3.6 million in operating funds and over $2 million in capital funds from state and federal sources. So that's the end of my opening statement. And then if you turn to budget document page 91, we can get started. Before I provide the overview of the key changes, I'm just going to highlight some of the key changes. There are quite a few budget notes and line item changes to mention. And these changes in budget notes are primarily due to the COVID and also the State Transportation Improvement Fund projects. The line item references STIF project numbers and or tasks, and I'll refer to this funding as STIF because that's what we call it. I wish it had a better acronym, but it doesn't. I think if I go into too much detail about each project, it'll take too much time for this process. So just a little bit of background. The STIF plan is derived from the Transit Development Plan. And for the 21-23 biennium, the STIF plan was required by ODOT, and it has a prioritized list of 15 projects with 47 tasks. And this plan was ranked and approved by the Yamaha County Transit Advisory Committee, also by the Yamhill County Transit Board of Directors and the Board of Commissioners, and approved by ODOT and numerous committees and the Oregon Transportation Commission. So while I was preparing this presentation for today, I realized it would make it easier if I provided you this simplified list of projects and tasks. So I think Carrie sent that to you during your lunchtime. So then when I'm referring to project 5, task 4, you can at least have a simple description of what it is. And certainly you can ask me more questions and I can give you more detail. Okay, so now we'll turn to page 91, and I'm going to focus on the line items that have changed from previous years. And then you can feel free to ask me questions as I go through or at the very end. So we're going to start with the revenue line items that I'd like to highlight. The first one is, I'm just going to use the last 5 numbers of the code. So it's 33402, and the amount is $1,336,110. This is for, this includes $999,969 in funds for buses from a federal grant source to replace buses that have exceeded their useful life. It will replace 5 buses. This number also includes the federal 5310 operating funds that we use to pay for First Transit services. Pays for part of their services, doesn't pay for all of them. The next line item is 33418, which is the State Transportation Improvement Fund. And this year, this budget year, it includes the formula funds and the discretionary funding and any carryover from the previous fiscal year. This is the first time Yamhill County Transit's ever received discretionary funding from this new fund. And so there's $310,000 in this total amount that's for a pilot project for service between McMinnville and Junction City. And that's slated to start in 2023, but there is some planning and bus procurement work to be done this budget year. And the next one is 33476 for $1,294,531. This is our 5311 federal operating funds that we receive every biennium. And this amount also includes some direct funding from the CARES Act for COVID for transit. So $887,145 is the 5311 formula funds. And then when we prepared the grant, we weren't sure if we were going to get another round of COVID funding. So it included an estimate of $407,386 in CARES funding. But then after the document was created, we learned from ODOT that we got the actual estimate. So the estimate is $612,663. So we need to change this number to reflect that change. So the new number should be $1,499,808. And I can give that information to Carrie or whoever needs it, give the details. And then we'll talk about the corresponding change to the expense side when we get to materials and services. And then the last one I'd like to highlight for revenue is 34003, which is our fare revenue. It includes $150,000. Now, pre-pandemic, Yamhill County Transit usually budgeted about $280,000 to $300,000 annually for fare revenue. The CARES funding has allowed us to offset the loss and be reimbursed for what normal fare collection would be. But we're projecting in this budget that we will reinstate fares in about December of 2021. And so therefore collect about half of the normal amount. We'll also continue to seek reimbursement from using COVID funds for any remaining lost revenue. So I think the rest of the revenue is pretty much the same as it has always been. So if anyone has any questions about revenue, I'd be happy to answer them. All right, hearing none, I'll move on to expenses. The personal services section, there isn't really a change. We still have 2 FTEs, although we didn't bring the second position on when anticipated according to last year's budget, but I do expect to have the new position in place before this new fiscal year begins. So does anybody have any questions about the personal services? Okay, so we're going to move on to materials and services. There are 9 line items that I want to highlight. The first one is 51116, which is for printing. And it's a budget of $25,000, and we plan to reprint schedules and some of our other customer information materials that are also, and there are also some of our STIF projects that require printing. And then the next line item I want to highlight is 52004, which is for fuel. This assumes that we implement 12,000 hours of new STIF service. Obviously, if we don't implement that service, the fuel cost will be lower than what's budgeted here. But I decided to just keep it about the same that we usually budget, and even though it may be a little bit more than actually needed. The third one is 54301, department equipment for $150,000. Now, normally we don't have much in this line item, but the reason I used it this year is it's for our STIF project number 7, task 4, which is completing the installation of hardware for the new smart bus technology. We're going to be adding some of the hardware that we have gotten on our new buses so that we'll have a lot of those features, like it has sort of a brain box, and I could go into a lot of detail, but basically it's outfitting our local fixed route and our commuter routes with all of this hardware, signs, mobile data terminals, etc. It doesn't include the software or any service items. Those would be under 68307. The next one, number 4, that I want to highlight is 61001, professional services. It's $187,349. Now, in past years, this line item reflects the cost for my BCB LLC management services contract. And it usually had a few others like our translation services and a few other professional services from vendors. This is still the case, but with the addition of some projected professional services that will need to be completed to help us complete the STIF projects. So STIF project 4, 6, and 11, we're going to probably need some outside help to get those projects done. And so that amount is included in this line item. Number 5, 61102, which is for contract services for $101,187. And this line item includes our temporary staff resources, admin planning, and contract services for STIF projects 2 and 5, which are our customer service programs. We're going to try and get a new fare policy and fare mechanism in place, and employer pass programs and low income fare programs, etc. Let's see. Now, if you can turn to page 92 in your budget document. The next one I'd like to highlight is grant expense for $55,000. This one is essentially what we normally budget, but we added some funds for project 7, task 1 and 3 for STIF projects. And then 64001 for advertising. Now, I mention this every year, but this line item title doesn't sufficiently capture the expenses I usually attribute to this line item. So it's basically majority of Yamaha County Transit's customer information program, essentially anything related to communication with transit customers and stakeholders, or website, bus schedules, rider alerts, COVID alerts, bus graphics for shelters, etc. Now, there's an increase over previous years because it includes $1,500 for COVID materials and updates, and $20,000 for STIF project number 5 for marketing, website, customer information at new bus stops. And the new bus stops are a number of them are being installed this summer. We're almost done. Number 8, 72017, the provider payments for $3,058,363. Now, obviously, this line item is the most significant expense in the transit budget. It pays for the cost of Yamaha County Transit Services, fixed route, dial-a-ride, dispatch, all the operating costs, all the maintenance costs for the entire fleet of 32 vehicles. Now, the good news about the new STIF funding for the 21 to 23 biennium is, as it relates to our payments for First Transit, is that one of the STIF projects, project number 3, in this next biennium, it will provide enough funding to offset the increase in the hourly service rate of the new contract that was approved in 2020. So the $3,000,058 is based on the pricing threshold in our contract with First Transit. It also assumes implementing 12,000 hours of new service. So projects 12 to 15, it's implementing some of those projects that are listed on that handout that you got right before this meeting. We need to update this one because this is where we will place the additional CARES Act funding. So the difference of, we need to add 205,277 to this amount for a grand total of 3,263,640. And I can send that to Ken and Carrie or Mike or whoever needs to have it. And then the last one under materials and services is 74004 for bus shelter and customer amenities for $73,000. It's a little higher than normal, but it's because of STIF Project 7 and Task 2 and Project 5, Task 3 and 4. It has been one of our key accomplishments this year is finally getting the completion of our bus stop database, and we have all the permits, all of what we have to do for all the 10 jurisdictions in Yamaha County and for ODOT and Grand Ron. And we've already started ordering materials, and the bus stop implementation project phase 1. So bus stop signs and seats will be installed in August of this coming summer. And then we'll continue on with phase 2 and 3. And there was a presentation made to the Yamaha County Transit Advisory Committee at their last meeting, and we will have a presentation made to the Board of Commissioners, hopefully in May or as soon as we possibly can, actually. I know everybody's so busy. So I think the rest of the M&S are pretty much in line with previous years. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer. You're all good?
Cynthia, it's Mary. Wondering if we've discussed having conversations, difficult conversations with the cities about increasing their contribution. And what is the end date, or are you anticipating any changes to the no fare?
We were thinking we'd try and reinstate them December of 2021, reinstate fares on the buses. And then as far as the cities, I send a letter every year and ask them to contribute. I actually didn't send one this year, but partially because, we do have on our radar to have the Yamaha County Transit Advisory Committee serve as a work group to look at the local funding options. Like, what are they? Should it be that we have the cities contribute? Should it be some other source of local funding? And so that is what I am hoping to do as it relates to that. And I thought I would get that done this fiscal year we're in, but because of COVID, it just didn't work to be able to make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's just 4 items in the capital section that I'd like to highlight. 800.33 is for $10,000. This is a Clackamas Community College gate. You know where there's that gate that is locked from, I'm gonna forget the name of the street.
It's Chemeketa, and it's the gate that enters the parking lot by the Chemeketa.
I was wondering why you were expecting us to have this intimate knowledge of geography.
Chemeketa. Anyway, there's a gate there. When we were doing our transit development plan, the idea came about that, it'd be a lot easier for the buses to serve that community, which has a lot of older, like where Virginia Garcia is and a lot of older folks live in that area, but it's a challenge for the bigger buses to get through and deal with it. So that gate. So we had conversations with the college, they're willing. So basically it's definitely a possibility. We just needed to find some gates, and we just weren't able to get to that project. So I just have moved it forward. It is STIF funded. We do have it in our STIF funding and in the STIF plan. 80203 for $1,526,434. This number includes 2 grants. One to purchase 5 replacement buses that I mentioned when I went over the grant in the revenue section, and then 2 are for the Junction City pilot project. So there's a pilot project to provide service between Junction City and McMinnville, and this is through a STIF discretionary funding program. Now we would only be, what we'll be doing this budget year is the procurement for 2 buses. So we'll be, getting bids and doing the procurement of the buses and doing some planning. So the service wouldn't actually start till 2023. And then, whoops, I cut off a number on my last one. The one for 130,000 is 82101 for capital professional services. And what that is we do want to get started and get some site analysis and conceptual design done for the new transit admin operations maintenance facility. So this is one of the projects in the STIF plan, and that is what that $130,000 is for. And then the last but not least, 990.03 for $500,000. We decided to set aside out of the STIF funding under STIF Project 10. It's a reserve that can be used for operating and capital. So we split it in the STIF plan to have 250,000 that could be used for operating and 250,000 that would be used for capital. And from what I've learned from ODOT, if we needed to access that funds, it isn't a very complicated process. So we decided to put it into reserve to hold it in case there is a need. So I think that's it. The budget balances, it includes the county contribution. And if anybody has any questions about the capital section, I'd be happy to answer.
Cynthia, this is Casey. I just really appreciate you identifying specific projects that are in the STIF for each of these line items. Thank you. It helps me know, okay, this is what you're doing.
Thank you. And if anybody wants, I just gave you the very simplified list. I didn't even put in the amounts for each project because they're biennium amounts, so they're grand totals for the 2 years. But if anybody does have questions about any of those and wants more detail, I'd be happy to provide that. And other than that, I think that's it. And I thank you for your attention. And
Cynthia, it's Mary. I have one quick question. Did you say ridership was down 25% last?
No, last year when I gave my budget presentation, we were at 25% of normal. This year we're at 60%. So things are coming back. So that's good. We've kind of held it at about 50% for most of this fiscal year, but in the last month or two, it's kind of been going up a little bit each day. So we're at about 60% right now of our normal.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we got 3 new buses delivered last week, and I really want to take some folks for a ride because they are really cool, and they're decked out with all the coolest new features, and I just think you're gonna really enjoy them. They have this new wheelchair securement device called a Quantum, and so the wheelchair can back in, and then it's a space constraint. So rather than having to put straps and everything to secure the wheelchair, the little arms come down and then they slide in and hold the wheelchair in place. So I've been wanting that for 30 years. I saw one of those long time ago up in Canada, and I was like, that's the way we should go. But the only bad thing is the person has to ride backwards. So we'll see if everybody revolts to riding backwards. But I figure, I ride Max, I ride buses, and a lot of people ride backwards on trains. So I don't know. And we have some cool technology with video cam, like screens and monitors. So I think it's going to be fine. So I'm anxious for all of you to see those as soon as they're ready.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Right.
Have a good afternoon.
You too. Is Chris?
So next will be the law library, and I see that Mary, our law librarian, is joining right now. There she is. Oh, you're on mute.
Better?
There we go.
All right. So
Welcome,
as usual, I'm
Mary.
going to keep this short and sweet because the library budget's pretty simple. With the exception of publications and dues, which I will get to in a minute, everything is largely the same. Minor shifts here and there, like we see every year, but nothing crazy and out there. Publications and dues, we did get the budget cut a little bit. And so in order to make up for that, the plan is that I'm going to start reducing our federal collection because all of the federal cases in Oregon go to Portland or Eugene, and they both have law libraries there that contain extensive materials. And on the off chance someone does come in here looking for something like that, it's available online. We have 2 separate search engines they can try to use. And when I'm here, obviously, I can help them find things. So I don't really think it will harm the collection in the long run. The end. Any questions?
You are a professional.
Wow.
Thanks.
Nicely done, Mary.
Nicely done.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Mary.
Right.
Appreciate you. Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
Bye.
Bye now. And where did Ken go? He's up and he just cut out. You're on mute.
I don't know what happened. I got ejected.
Because you were up next, and I figured you had to leave to come back in.
Mary.
Let's see. I think, which one am I doing next? All right. Economic Development, Fund 26. It's on page 95. So this budget's pretty straightforward. These are the economic development funds. It's the portion of the video lottery funds that are specifically targeted for economic development. You will see, again, we have a pretty good beginning balance because we did not do grant programs last year that were specific to economic development. We did use this fund for doing some emergency business grants related to COVID. And we were able to use CARES Act funds to reimburse this fund. And so we still had, so that's what you're going to see in the beginning balance, that 254,000. It's really, we didn't do grant programs last year. The next line, the other beginning balance, that's a long standing, for those of you who've been in several budget committees and seen this from year to year. This is a holdover from a grant, community block grant from many years ago. And we have to have these funds appropriated and available for a possible loan program. And to be honest, it's well before me. I don't know of the last time we've actually had somebody apply for one of these loans and come through this. And typically that loan program is administered, we hold the funds, but it's administered by Mid-Willamette Valley COG, who is the organization that would receive the application and then notify us that we have those funds. So it's been a long time. The video lottery, you'll see the amount there. We're being pretty conservative. Because again, we're kind of watching both for legislative changes, and we're also, with the pandemic, we weren't sure if revenues were going to be impacted there. So to play it safe, we budgeted 300,000. But if you look at prior years, and including this year, the actual, it's more than likely going to come out a little bit better than the 300,000. But again, this is just us being conservative in when we build this budget. As far as when you get down into, there's no personnel related to this, you get down into materials and services. The big lines, 61001, that 196,000, that's 2 parts. One, a majority of those funds is for our contract for economic development services with SEDCOR that we have, and I believe we are still current through the next fiscal year. It might be up for renewal or discussion in February of next year. And then the other part, 50,000 of that, is the county's share of the bypass lobbyist. So you saw in 1039, all the other jurisdictions contribute to the Parkway Committee for the bypass lobbyists. Yamhill County pays its share out of economic development funds for $50,000. The other main lines that I would call out, you will see that I did put in funds in the 3 levels of strategic investment grants that we have done in previous years. We just didn't do the program last year. So a majority of the funds are there, 100,000 for strategic investment grants, 96,000 for small grants, and 50,000 for the startup grants. And again, that's something where we're working with SEDCOR on and the county partners to facilitate this grant program during normal years, but there hasn't been any activity last year because of the pandemic. 740.02, thank you for the sirens in the background. 740.02, the revolving loan, again, that's where we have the expense booked. And then the other 2 items, you'll see the transfer down below that goes to the fairgrounds and also to parks. And as per, you may have already seen that during their presentations, but as per past practice, they put together a memo explaining, what they're using the economic development funds for and the economic development benefit that both those programs provide. So that's available in their handouts in the 1081 budget and the Fund 20 budget. So, and I'll just call out that we're kind of getting to a point, you'll see where the ending balance, we've pretty much got everything appropriated in this fund. So pretty straightforward. Yep.
SEDCOR, who monitors that, and what is is there any way of monitoring what the benefit to our county is from them? I'm not saying there isn't any, but I just curious.
Well, as part of the contract, there's a couple layers involved with it. I work directly with Avishah, who is the employee, the contract under the contract, who delivers the services. And so I meet with her on a regular basis. She also, per the contract, comes and gives quarterly updates to the Board of Commissioners. And as part of the contract, provides an update on, per the contract, there's a bulleted list where she needs to report on deliverables over the previous quarter.
And there are measurable and good things that come out of that, is what I'm assuming.
Well, it's a report to the board, so I'm going to look at the commissioners, and I will say from a staff perspective, we prepare the reports and submit it to the board for the board to review.
Okay, so all right.
Yeah, Denny, I think last year is when we, and Ken can correct me, but we decided not to hand out any of the grants, or there was an issue with the funding or something. And I remember being skeptical as to, the usefulness or the purpose of continuing the contract if they weren't actually going to expend the money, right?
Yeah.
Since then, though, they really handled a lot of the CARES money and getting those things processed and out as fast as we could. So it ended up that they did actually a ton of work.
Nice.
But I would apply the same question this year, to make sure that if we've got money available and the purpose of this is to get it out there, then that's something we need to look at.
And the part that I would highlight is the grant program is just one element of the program that SEDCOR does. But Commissioner was correct. There, especially early in the pandemic, with a lot of the restrictions, we really did shift and kind of utilize SEDCOR in a role that we didn't envision except for the pandemic, because they weren't necessarily, because we were at a point, it's kind of hard to recruit businesses or do outreach when you're trying to provide assistance to businesses that are just trying to stay afloat. So there was a readjustment of priorities, and they were very active in a lot of the well, in fact, in all of the business emergency grant funding projects that we did with CARES Act, they were directly involved and assisted with that.
Okay. And is it a year-by-year contract or is it a multiple-year contract with them?
It's a multiple year.
Okay. All right.
And sorry, Ken, did you say that that SEDCOR makes up all of line 610.01, or is that our grants coordinator as well?
That is a portion of that is, most of that is the SEDCOR contract, and 50,000 is for the bypass lobbyist.
Okay, so where does our grants coordinator come in?
Our grants and special projects person is in Fund 1010 administration.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions on Fund 26? Then the other quick one that I have to do is, and this is for, again, Justin being out, is on page 94 is mediation services. And this is a quick 5-minute. So mediation services, this is for court-ordered mediation. We act as a pass-through. The revenues that we have in 350.08, we receive from the state and we act as a pass-through. So the judge essentially, anytime a judge across the street orders somebody into mediation or has a case into mediation, they go to the mediator, but we pay for the invoice or the cost associated with the mediator. And we only spend up to what we have appropriated for that year. And then the courts take it from that point going forward. So, it's pretty much this money, we're a pass through for this. They release these funds to the county and we pay the invoices.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
At the end, the community asked from your community mediators. Do we ever use those in this for that purpose?
This is unrelated to, your community mediators.
Totally different.
That's completely different. These are actually court. I don't know if the courts actually utilize your community mediators in these types of mediation. I think most of these are divorce-related mediation.
Okay. That was just a side. I'm just trying to see where these guys fit in. Okay.
And we have specific contracts with those mediators. In fact, I believe the Board of Commissioners just approved we just renewed 2 contracts with mediators. And the last one on the list was county schools, and we did that one yesterday. So that wraps up the community services team.
All right. Well, we are running a little behind right now. We want to take a quick 5-minute break and then come back into general government, or is everybody good?
I'm okay to keep going, Chair.
Okay. Well, then say we just jump into Christian.
Ken, can I ask a question? Since we've already been through admin services, but it looks like we're back to general government. So I'm not seeing where we have special projects grants coordinator under.
Because that's the job position title, but the classification title is a senior management analyst.
Oh, senior management analyst. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Christian, you're up.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, I think we
Okay.
can.
So taking a look at the budget, revenue, pretty straightforward, no major shifts, just some standard year-over-year increases in our total revenue line. In personnel, at the moment, we have an open assistant county counsel position. You'll notice that in the current year budget, we had that position funded in the assistant county counsel 2 line. Didn't actually fill that position in the current fiscal year. When that position opened up last year, we were in the midst of bargaining 3 of our 5 union contracts and had a significant number of labor issues, labor grievances, and personnel matters that we'd already started to engage with outside counsel to assist with, in the hopes that they could, provide the necessary assistance, and that we would take another look at filling that open position once we had worked through those labor and personnel matters. Those things can take quite a bit of time. We're now to the point where we're beginning to resolve a number of those. And as a result, I'm hoping, and I'm working with HR and administration at the moment to get a recruitment ready for that position. And you'll see in next year's budget, we're actually, I've filled in that position at the assistant county counsel level, not at the assistant county counsel 2 level. So we're hoping to get a newer attorney, more of a general practitioner who can learn the variety of things that we do in the office and provide assistance as needed. And the fact that we did not fill the assistant county counsel 2 spot and the added outside counsel costs are also reflected if you jump down into the materials and services category under professional services. You'll see that year to date, we're significantly over on our professional services, and that's where the additional outside counsel expenses that I just mentioned have been logged. So overall, still within the appropriation authority, but that sort of helps explain why that one position wasn't filled and why that other line is overspent for this year. I have carried forward in professional services for next year an additional 30,000, and then also back up in personnel. I apologize for jumping around a little bit. Under extra help, we've got $5,000 as well, just in case we incur some additional outside counsel expenses. Other than that, it's pretty much as it has been in years past.
Okay.
Christian, I know I ask you this every year, but what have we historically been paying for outside counsel going back? Have we designated that for specific projects?
We haven't designated it for specific projects. The majority, I'd say, has been in the labor and employment area. We also have outside counsel assistance to help with property tax foreclosure cases. I'm sorry, not foreclosure cases, but property tax appeals. We've also worked with outside counsel on certain insurance matters. So it really depends on the need. As we've discussed before, oftentimes when it becomes necessary to engage outside counsel, it's a question of whether Todd or I spend 8 to 10 hours familiarizing ourselves with a particularly complex or focused area of the law, or if we reach out to outside counsel who can answer the question within an hour or 2. So it's really a matter of what's the most efficient use of time and resources. So we try to keep it to a minimum, but those are the areas where it's been most utilized.
Okay, thank you.
Bond counsel too, would that go in that category, Christian?
No, we don't actually pay for bond counsel. the borrowers on those bond financings that we've been involved in, George Fox, Linfield, Friendsview, the bond counsel fees are paid out of the issuance of the bonds. So the borrower pays for those. But now that you mention that, one thing you'll notice in the year-to-date actual under the county council collections or miscellaneous, we've taken in some money this year. Part of that is one of those issuance fees related to the Friendsview and the Linfield issuances from last fall. And the other miscellaneous income comes out of a couple of property tax foreclosure sales where we managed to sell the property back. Then we recoup our costs and expenses in that situation as well.
I think, you know, my concern is that we've got 2 full-time counsel. There's an additional counsel on the budget for this coming fiscal year to the tune of $83,000 plus roll-ups. And then year to date, you've spent almost $77,000 in outside counsel professional services. And considering the very controversial issue that we have been talking about, you know, I just am concerned that that number got so high, and I can't imagine that that is all labor related. You know, how much of the time without the trail and all of the litigation around the trail for the past couple of years is now freed up to take on some of these issues? That's a lot of money.
So I can tell you that I mean, none of the outside counsel professional services were related to the Yamhill West Sider Trail. We've talked before about how much time Todd and I spent on average or you know, an approximate ballpark. And I went back and I looked at the trail tracker, and there was a little bit of data in there, admittedly from a while ago. But it looks as though, you know, and I'm being somewhat generous here, I'd have to say between 5 and 10% of our time roughly was probably spent on trail matters. You know, the trail has, we've stopped moving in one direction on the trail. We're now moving in a different direction. I expect that at least for the next 3 to 6, maybe longer months, maybe more months, we'll have a similar level of work to deal with the other elements around the trail that the board is going to be addressing and that we're going to be assisting with going forward. I would imagine over time that would slow down, but that hasn't really been, I wouldn't think, a significant area of time, so much so that if it were to stop, we would be freed up considerably. There's so many other things that we are working on a daily basis, and we're just constantly trying to balance those different projects.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Christian.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Yep.
All right. Next up is Chris Bledsoe, Treasurer.
I'm here, but I don't know if you can see me.
Can't see you.
I don't know why. Let me look. Huh. You should be, there I am.
There you are. Welcome.
Thank you. This is my first budget meeting, so I hope that I answer the questions that you have. And my budget is really quite simple. I'm the only person, and I am 40%. So that's basically 2 days a week, which stretches out to about 3, sometimes 4 days a week. But that's part of being an elected official, and I'm fine with that. So at any rate, so the personnel costs are the same. The only change in the makeup, first of all, just as a summary, my position, what I manage is a $60 million, well, today, about a $61 million portfolio of cash in banks, in the local investment pool, and in stocks and bonds. And my mandate is to preserve the capital, to keep the funds liquid, and at the same time get a good return on those investments. And so that's how I spend my time, and it is sometimes a challenge, and I love it. So in order to do that well, I have made some changes, shifting, if you will. I actually did not increase the budget this year, but what I did is I shifted the way that the money is spent in the materials and services area. The most important thing for the treasurer is to be well informed and knowledgeable about the investments that we hold now or may hold in the future. And so I think it's essential that I follow the markets. So I need publications to do that. My predecessor did not have any publications that I'm aware of. I think that it's important that I get some ongoing training, whether that is to just go into more depth into particular types of bonds or a credit rating analysis. Will depend on what's available that I can do. And that is really the key areas where I have changed things. Otherwise, it's pretty dull budget for what is a very fascinating job.
All right.
So any questions?
Well, I think you covered it.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Oh,
Thank you.
I have one thing I'd like to add, and that is that I, as a numbers person, really appreciate that Rick, Denny, and Doreen are willing to volunteer their time to help the county as they go through all of these budget issues, because it's hard to find people with the right skill set that are willing to take 3 days out of their life, maybe longer, I guess, in order to do community service for the county. So I just wanted to thank you all.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Next up, we have Brian, clerks.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Brian.
How are we?
Brian.
Well, I can't see you from my window, but apparently you're out there.
It looks like that, doesn't it? Doreen, nice to see you. Nice to meet you, kind of, sort of.
Nice to meet you, Brian. You look like you're out on location reporting. Yeah.
I'll have to work on that outside thing. That would be better. Denny and Rick, thank you very much for your assistance also this year. And commissioners, nice to see you again too. And Ken too. Nice to see you too. Before I get too carried away, have any of you come up with any questions that you would like our office to answer? Don't all speak at once. That's usually a good sign. If you don't have any lingering huge issues right off the bat, like being able to speak in full, complete sentences. If you would, Lindsay, yes.
Maybe a brief overview of the impact in the last year to licensing and all that kind of stuff, and how you guys have managed that. Might be good.
Will do. All right. So with that, if you would turn in your page, or turn your budget book to 100 And we will flip through pages 100 through 104. Very, very similar to Treasurer Bledsoe. Lots of exciting things happen in our building. Very dull budget. Oddly enough, very few things change between this upcoming budget and our last budget. Lots of weird things happened between last budget and this. And if you look at some of our budget figures from last year and the actual figures from this year, you'll see a few little anomalies shine through, and that one of those things speaks to Lindsay's question. So what have we been seeing this last year, and what do we hope to see next year? Licenses and recording is where we get all of our office's revenue, or the vast majority. About 95% of our office's revenue, if you will, comes from the documents that we record and the licenses that we sell and the passports that we help administer with the Department of State. Just a small fraction of our total budget comes from the general fund. Almost everything that we do comes from the work that we do here in this office. The vast majority of that is the document records that we record. It's a significant sum, usually in the $500,000 to $600,000 range. This next year, we're budgeting about $500,000, but that's a huge question mark based heavily on mortgage interest rates and how easy it is to buy a home. So that's not all that we record, but that is a significant impact of what we do record. When the lockdown started last year for the response of COVID-19, we stopped issuing passports. We did not stop issuing marriage licenses. So we reduced the number of humans that we allowed in our lobby, but we never closed down. Our office staff worked every business day, even through the fires and the smoke. So we were serving the customers and citizens of Yamhill County when many folks were still at home. We were still here in the office doing that yeoman's work. And if we ever get back to the case where y'all can come in and see us in person, it'd be great if you could stop by our front office and thank the kids that do that day in and day out, because it really is a big deal. You know, a lot of their peers were home working from home, and these guys were having to come to work every day. And it's, you know, it takes a toll on a person emotionally, seeing all their friends and neighbors working from home, and they're doing that from here. The budget perspective on that all is we really didn't slow down. We actually performed already this fiscal year 100 marriage ceremonies here in our building or right outside our building, sometimes on Ken's front doorstep. So it is a huge part of what we do for the citizens in Yamhill County and those around us that couldn't get a marriage license. So a lot of folks lost their wedding venues. So they were going to go out to a vineyard, or they were going to go to a park, or they were going to do something in their church. And all of that got shut down last year. We were able to help a lot of those, 100 of those couples get married here on campus. And a lot of those folks mentioned that they were going to go back out and do some large public event when things started opening back up. But we were able to get a lot of those folks off on their life journey this last year in very weird situations. Marriage ceremonies on our back patio when it was raining, sometimes in front of the azaleas out back. But that's the long and short of the weirdness that was last year's budget to last year's reality to next year's. It's we are hoping, like everyone else, that reality and normalcy is coming back. So we are hoping that, all things being equal, our budgeted figures for this upcoming year will be very similar to what we thought was going to happen last year. It's already panning out to be true. We have restarted issuing passport applications, so things are coming back to normal here. So for Doreen's benefit, we have a budget that is spread over a couple of different buckets and little pails inside those buckets. So we have some portion of Fund 10, some portion of Fund 12, some of 40, and Ken's going to help me explain about Fund 40 here in a second. But within each of those 10, 12, and 40, we also have 5 subsets. So we have a recording component in each, we have an elections component in each, we have passports and licenses in each, BOPTA, which is the Board of Property Tax Appeals, and then an administrative component. So if you look at some of those raw figures, that's where it gets really granular. And like Treasurer Bledsoe says, boring. And that's the way we like it. We like things boring. We only want to be in the newspaper when we want to be in the newspaper. So last year was weird. We had a global pandemic in our presidential primary. We had huge fires and smoke events throughout the summer. We had a global pandemic for the presidential general election. One of the things that we tried to do to stay in contact with those humans in our county was blasting social media with all sorts of content, reaching out to as many media sources as we could. We had 30 different sets of unique social media posts that our office issued in the primary, 50 different social media posts that were unique to the general election. Those are in addition to what we already have on our regular website that we pushed out. We did voter pamphlets for both. We included additional sets of inserts for the ballots going out last year to help people. I was also involved with over 30 different interviews across newspapers, radios, and television stations last year, trying to help people get a grip on what was happening with the post office and their ballots, and most notably the fires and what happened to our surrounding citizens. Not so much in Yamhill County, but our neighbors over in Lincoln County were really impacted by some of the wildfires and the smoke and all that jazz. So our office tried very hard to reach out to our citizens and keep everyone up to speed and comfortable with what to expect with the elections last year. Very excited to remind people that we don't have volunteers. We do have temporary employees that help us with the elections. No volunteer touches a ballot. They're all paid employees. So we bring in people into this building in a global pandemic when we are not supposed to bring people together. So we were able to bring people into the building, keep them at least 6 feet apart through the entire process for both the primary and the general election. Not one of the people that we had come into our building to work those weeks for those 2 elections got sick with the virus while they were being here. One of them did get it that summer, but it's a huge burden for someone bringing that many people. And if you'll forgive me, many of those people are in an age bracket that is known to be susceptible. So it was really scary to bring that many people with known health issues that we already knew about into an enclosed space, touching that many pieces of paper that had been just handled by 60,000 other randoms. But we made it through successfully. We had more ballots processed than we've ever had before. We had a higher voter turnout than we've ever had before. And we actually got done with our processing earlier on both of those elections than we ever have before, with accuracy that's proved out that after every election, we conduct an audit, and on both cases, the audit turned out very well in both cases. So all that fluff and stuff to come back to a very boring budget. Very few things changed between last year and this. In my mind, nothing really to point out for your concern that you haven't already talked about before. You've already talked about some of the personnel cost increases that you've heard from other departments and Ken's intro the other day. So with that, do you all have any questions before I lean on Ken to describe the difference between Fund 40 and what we're moving to in the future? Ken, do you have a stomach for doing Fund 40 and reserve for the future, or would you prefer that I tackle that?
No, I can do that. So if you turn to page 104, on this page, you'll see that years ago, we set up a 40-15. We say we, I mean the county. This was before me, but we set up in Fund 40-15. And typically when we set up in this case, for 40-15, this was for voting equipment. And there was a combination of the Board of Commissioners approving general fund transfers into this fund, in addition to the clerk also transferring funds directly from 1015 into this fund to build up for the eventual purchase and implementation of the voting equipment. And I want to say, was it last year? It may have been 2 years ago when the project was finished. Basically expended all of the funds that were, or most of the funds were spent that were allocated in 40-15. And really all that was left was transfers that Brian was making for eventual replacement for the next go around in 40-15. In an effort, because Brian doesn't necessarily have to go through the exercise and transfer funds to 40-15. So this ends up being an additional account within Fund 40 that's not really critical. Brian could set up the same reserve for the future for future purchase of voting equipment in 10-15. And in an effort to simplify Fund 40, because at times Fund 40 can start to grow, and to have a division set up with $112,000. And so what we have proposed here is, for this upcoming budget, we would take the $112,000 and we would transfer that back to 10-15, and then Brian can book that into a reserve for the future for a future capital project in 10-15. There's no restriction that a capital project has to be funded in Fund 40. You can do a capital project within Fund 10. The only difference in the past is anytime like a request has come forward that we'd like the board to do a one-time transfer of $500,000 to help pay for a project, to ensure that the funds don't necessarily get lost in the operational budget. This was a means to provide controls that we're transferring these funds for this one specific purpose into Fund 40. It's not really needed at this point, and I know that Brian wants to continue to set funds aside for eventual replacement of the new, to plan into the future for eventual replacement for the current system. But I believe that can happen in 10-15. So that's what we're planning to do here, is to close out 40-15. So in 3 years, it will come off the books and won't show up in the budget document.
Sounds good to me.
Did I miss anything, Brian?
That pretty much covers it. Yeah, the long and short of the process is it's about $250,000 every time we go through the process of upgrading the elections equipment. So it's not something that we could pull out of the thin air every year by ourselves. So it's one of those things that in prudence tells us we should allocate some money every year towards something that we know is going to happen eventually. And for those of you that are new to this process, so you haven't heard me on my soapbox before, the Yamhill County Clerk's Office is the office that funds all the election services. We don't get reimbursed from the feds. We don't get reimbursed from the state. We don't get reimbursed from any cities for those elections that are held on normal election dates. The only entities that reimburse us for our election costs are special districts like fire boards and school boards. So the vast majority of our $100,000 cost for every election is borne by our office and our office alone. So it's a huge task that we've been doing for decades here in our office, paying for those things primarily out of the recording fees. And it's always good to remind y'all that we have a $5 recording fee. The rest of the $76 for that first page are taxes that we collect for other entities. So it's something that I like to remind people once in a while that it may cost you $81 to record your spouse's death certificate, but it's just $5 to our office.
Brian,
that is very interesting.
Oh,
I did not know that. I'd be interested to hear more about where it goes, but probably not enough time for that.
The vast majority of it goes to low-income housing. Was that Mary or Lindsay also?
yes. I want to jump in here. I know that you had a lot of concern when this first happened from people who probably were least able to pay this. That it was significant for a lot of elderly people. Have you been able to? Have you since seen that same level of concern about the cost increase?
And exactly what we feared would happen has exactly happened. So it is not required that you record your spouse's death certificate. Unfortunately, it's best if you do, but if you can't afford it, some of our most vulnerable have not been able to. So some of our surviving spouses are not recording their death certificate of the recently passed loved one. So that complicated title history gets even worse when that person passes away and further muddies the waters for the surviving children or estate or trust or whatever's left over. And that to some people, $81 isn't all that much, but when you factor in the typical process, it's not unusual for there to be 2 or 3 different documents involved, depending on the trust that's involved or the size of the property. So it's oftentimes $80, $160 or more when someone's actually filing all those documents. So the Clerks Association did successfully get some legislation into Salem, but it is sitting in committee as we speak for that particular document type to be carved out, where the affordable housing tax would not be applied. It may honestly take us a couple of years to get that passed, but it's something that the clerks across Oregon are pushing for as a legislative change.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we struggled at AOC. We tried to keep that from happening, and it's too bad. But anyway, thank you for explaining it to people.
You're welcome. We're here for you.
Just to clarify on that 112,000, so you're not suggesting just to cancel out that action, right? You're routing it back through.
Really, we're taking it from the different line items in Fund 40 and pushing those same lines into a single line in Fund 10 as a reserve for the future.
You'll find it in 1015 990.03, which is reserved for the future. It's included in that 131,000 amount, and you'll see the footnote that it includes 112,000 for the voting equipment.
That makes sense.
So in Fund 40, where it says internal transfer to general fund, that's what that means.
It's because 1015 is a general fund department. It's all Fund 10 departments are considered general fund.
Okay. All right.
And Fund 40 is a capital reserve, so in order for us to, we just can't move the funds. We have to execute a transfer, a budgetary transfer to move that 112,000.
Okay.
Which, is it correct that it shows up as revenue at 38001? Did I miss that?
That would be correct. It would show up as an internal transfer in a revenue line.
I'm surprised that the you have the voter turnout totals in the memo. And it was one of the highest turnouts last year, not only for the general, but the primary. So that's great.
A lot of interest in those two elections.
Yeah, yeah.
I hear that certain commissioners were elected in one of those. It's
It's interesting if you look back, you know, the May 16 primary, that was the last sort of big one where you had big turnout. So
right.
Very cool.
Yeah, significant events last year. And we did a lot of things. And if you're looking for a line item in our budget, like you may have seen from other departments where COVID-19 funds were used, our office did not use any of the county's allocation for CARES Act COVID-19 funds. The funds that our office used for COVID-19 response were allocated separately. We received 3 different grants or fund reimbursements last year. One was a HAVA component of the CARES Act reimbursement. And that's, for those of you new to elections, is Help America Vote Act. So it was a special carve out for the safe conducting of elections during the pandemic. So that's why our numbers were completely separate from the other departments that you may have seen those as line items. We also received a security reimbursement from passed through from the Secretary of State's office that came from the federal government as well.
And Clerk, where would those show up on the revenue side?
Some of those funds actually ended up in that current Fund 40, which will soon become 10, 15, 990. So we're able to allocate some of those for the reserve for the future moving forward. Some of those were actually coded to election reimbursement. So it's a little combo platter there. Right. Yeah, but we were able to do all that without tapping into our friends in the Health and Human Services that needed the money more than we did.
All right, Rick, did you have a question?
Do we need a motion then, Ken? No? Okay.
Boy, we started a whole habit of not unmuting ourselves. I did it myself, started talking. No, that doesn't require a motion because we already have this and built into the proposed budget. And so this would be part of the, when you vote tomorrow, approving the budget.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Any more questions for Brian? All right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good luck with the elections.
Thank you.
All right. Are we good to take a quick 5-minute break? And we can pick right back up in 5 minutes. All right. Thanks, guys. All right, welcome back, everybody. I saw that Mr. Wharf is in the audience. Is he coming into view?
He will, Chair, but Christian asked to join join really quickly. So,
okay.
Christian.
Welcome back, Christian.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, it's not deja vu. You haven't stepped back in time. I just wanted to clarify one thing that I'd said during my presentation in response to a question from Commissioner Berkshauer about the professional services that we'd spent this year. I'd said that none of the professional services this year had been spent on Yamhill West Sider Trail related matters. And I was actually mistaken on that. We had one outside counsel bill for $2,175 that was spent in this fiscal year last summer. I had thought that that expense had been coded into the previous year, but that was an amount that was spent in this fiscal year. So I just wanted to clarify that statement for the record.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
I think Carrie has me in. Can you hear me now?
We can.
That's good. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Although it may appear I am sitting in the basement of the courthouse in the commissioner's hearing room, that too is a virtual background. I am at the Newburgh Annex of your assessment and tax office, and it is a wonderful day to be an appraiser. Thank you all for the time.
Excuse me, Derek, can you do us a favor and show us some of the other options that you have available for your background?
Sure. I've got one of my favorites I use for conference. Let's see. Let's go. This one is this one you see on our home website page. That's a pretty good one there.
Something with trees.
This was one as I was giving a presentation to a group about appeals and how to handle tax appeals in the state of Oregon. There's that one. And yeah, so yeah, this one's my favorite though.
You have another one. You have a television?
Oh yeah. Oh, I do have that one. Oh, okay. Put me on the spot here. Let's see. Yeah. I'm not sure if Carrie's going to allow that. Virtual. Yeah. This one. Okay.
That's a great statement.
Yeah. Well,
she who must be obeyed, Carrie Hinton.
It is. I think some of that fancy stuff is cut off for what's allowed for maybe these public meetings. Yeah, I don't see it. I like what I do have a nice one that's got a good TV studio that shows you in the TV. And I shared it with Mary to let herself be on TV once again, sort of reminiscing years past. But yeah, that's good stuff. I use 25 platforms, it seems like at this point. And just trying to figure out the bells and whistles on each one is its own thing. Anyway, thank you, Commissioner. So again, thank you for the time today. Welcome, new and old. Doreen, welcome to the committee, and Lindsay in a different capacity. Commissioners, good to see you all again. Rick and Denny, Ken and Casey. So I've got to hopefully not lose everybody. There we go. Okay, we okay to jump in? Everybody ready?
We are ready.
All right. Well, so I'll just take a few minutes to give a brief overview of assessment and tax, the department, what it entails, and then I'll jump into the budget for 21-22. There is one primary focus on the budget for this year, but I do want to clarify a couple of things as we get into a couple of revenue items and a discussion on material and services, primarily talking about personnel. But before we go there, the valuation team, well, I should say this, in Yamhill County, the assessor is also the tax collector. So there's the assessment office that deals with valuation. There's the tax side that deals with levying tax, sending tax bills, collecting taxes, distributing taxes, and then everything in between. So our three primary functions are property valuation, taxation, and then some folks know a little bit about cadastral mapping or GIS tax layers, keeping a GIS cadastral map of property taxes layers and how they're owned throughout the county. On the valuation team, we appraise all real and personal property in the county. That's all residential, commercial, industrial, business personal property, you name it, we value it. The current estimate of real market value for Yamhill County is just over $18 billion with a B. I thought actually we'd hit 19 this year, but I lost a little side wager to my chief appraiser and deputy assessor. We're over 18, but not quite 19 billion. Maybe with a few more wine tasting facilities, we'll crack that mark, but we'll see where that gets to next year. On average, the office physically appraises, that's going out and do appraisal work in the field, 3,600 accounts for brand new construction. And currently we're running about 4,400 accounts for what's called reappraisal. And that's just making sure the inventory we have on the tax roll is correct. Looking at accounts that they didn't necessarily have new construction or a permit that, you know, built something or did anything, but we want to make sure what we have on the roll is correct. That team also handles all the valuation appeals to the Board of Property Tax Appeals, the State of Oregon Tax Court, both the magistrate and regular division. So valuation has those kind of key components. On the tax side, the department, the cadastral mapping and the GIS parcel maps, about 50,000 accounts. That's on the tax side of the house, I call it. It just makes more sense there because that's where your revisions come from. Commissioners, as you're signing subdivisions and plats, all that's processed through our office formally for transfer of ownership and creation of tax lots. In the current tax year, the office, our tax office, will bill, collect, distribute over $143 million to 43 taxing districts, primarily schools, first responders, cities, and of course the county. The department's responsible for managing all state regulated special assessment programs. So in Yamhill County, that's primarily farm and forest deferral. We have 12,000 accounts between these two programs, which accounts for about $20 million annually in tax abatements. So emphasis on some of those figures there. It's those programs have a lot at stake and really need the attention of our office. And we've done a great job in the last year or two putting them back on track, I will call it. The other part of that front office is the property tax exemptions. So not tax deferrals, but now we're talking tax exemptions. We have about 5,000 accounts that have a tax exemption, equating to about $865 million in assessed value that is not taxed. Churches, schools, one of two hospitals, those are kind of the big players there in that, besides property owned by the city, cities, the county, state, federal lands, etc. So I'll jump into our revenue side of things. This should start on the top of page 97. Everybody get there okay? I see some nods. Okay, well, the primary revenue differential from last year has to do with the reduction in the reserve accounts and a slightly higher beginning balance than we originally forecasted. Those first two line items, when you look year over year, where we started in last budget cycle and where we're starting in this budget cycle, we picked up a little bit in beginning reserve, meaning we were fortunate that we forecasted a little low for our beginning balance this time last year. And then the reserve and the reduction in reserves, came from funding our aerial imagery flights and our software maintenance, which were two line items in reserve that have been running down, if you will, over the last 5 years. And we'll talk a little bit about that at the end, but there's just one more payment left in reserve. The rest has been depleted or used. I should say used is a better word. So one thing I want to make clear, and this may, as a response to Commissioner Kula's insightful comment that I elected to skip the dependency on the general fund through discretionary funding in some presentations past. I want to assure you that I'm very aware that we are indeed a general fund expenditure, if you want to call it that. 80% of our budget is dependent on the general fund. The remaining 20% is collected primarily from an indirect subsidy grant from the County Assessment Function Funding Assistance, the CAFA grant, which you heard about last week in the general session there. That makes up about 400,000 of our, well, this year we're projecting 400. Last year we had 360. I think we may get closer to 400 even this year. So 400,000 of our 2.4 million needed in revenue to balance comes from CAFA. We have no control over that in the sense that it's funded from delinquent interest and recording fees. One of the things Brian was talking about is these high level of recording fees and where that money actually goes, because he gets $5. $20 of that 80 goes to CAFA funding. The state combines that fund pool, if you will, and then they distribute based on, I'll call it an algorithm. It's more like a black box, but we get a share of that. It equates to about, I would say 20% of our budget. In years past, and in fact, when it initially came out as a funding source for assessment and tax offices, it made up about 40% of the assessor's budget. Unfortunately, it was not indexed. So as expenses for everything from personnel, office space, everything else increased, the dollars coming from CAFA were relatively flat. They do fluctuate with the market. So as real estate gets hot and there's a lot of recordings, we tend to see an uptick. And then the downside of that also happens 2008 through 2012, downturn in the economy, CAFA was short funded. But what's important here is when you look at the total revenue scheme of things for our office, the general fund, CAFA, that is the lion's share, hands down. We have control, if you want to call it that, over about $35,000 of the total 2.4 million needed. So, you know, we can adjust some fees up and down, but none of that's really moving the needle. The truth is it comes from the general fund and or CAFA. So on page 97 at the top, you'll see that we did forecast CAFA at 400. Any questions about the revenue side of things? That's the one number that really is a projection. Got some thumbs up, moving on. Denny, you're okay? Yeah. Did you switch spots during the break? You look like you're in a different spot, Mr. Elmer. Change rooms, maybe?
Yeah, I needed to find a quiet place and family at the house. So my wife sent me to the Douglas Hotel, and then she booked out the room while I was in it and just texted me and said, hey, you need to go from number 8 to number 5. So I had to scramble. That's why I
should have rented a room.
I am.
Yeah.
I should have. Seems like I could get my own room for the day. But
yeah, get a room, Denny. Get a room.
I'm working on it.
You got one or two to choose from. Yeah. Anyway, we'll move on. So really, thank you for that piece on revenue. I'm going to move on. I didn't hear any material questions. If there's something that comes to you later on, just let me know. It's a pretty simple equation up top there. The second piece here is really I want to spend some time in terms of my presentation, and that is the personnel section of the budget. And as has been in years past, personnel is the one thing where I am looking to make up the difference, given that the amount of our budget attributed to personnel relative to the increase in discretionary funding historically has been short of what the new costs are going to be. We've always found a way to sort of make it work. We had a big catch up last year where we had vacant positions that finally got filled. We had to backfill those and fund that. But this year, the story is a little different. This year, what's happened is when we were doing the budget in 2020, last budget cycle, we were in the beginnings, if you will, of negotiations. I think some of us thought it would be more the end of negotiations, but it turned out to be sort of the beginning of true momentum towards where it was going to land. We were told, we should use a 2% increase for budgeting. So we did that, put that in the budget, and it all went through and got approved and so on and so forth. After the renewal of the collective bargaining agreement between Yamhill County and AFSCME in late 2020, which affects our entire office, sans myself, our office incurred additional personnel expenses between 13 and 15%. So going into this budget, we were instructed to use a 3%, or we weren't instructed, excuse me. There was a 3% discretionary increase approved through the preliminary budget process, whatever that might be. That additional funding for our department is about $48,500. And after the new collective bargaining agreement, the increase in personnel expenses over that same period of time was $220,000. So a significant shortfall relative to the revised, or I should say renewed collective bargaining agreement. Our proposed budget, as I have for you guys today, includes absorbing $170,000 of that additional personnel expense. And then, well, I should say that expense between 2020 and what is now 2022 budget. Here we are for the next year. So in order to make that happen, on line item, or I should say GL 403.03 in personnel, still I believe on page 97, somewhere in the middle, it'll be a reference to an appraiser 3 position. And that is one position that we had vacant at the time we prepared the budget. And the path of least resistance to get this budget to balance was to just scratch that position. So that position has been taken out in order for this budget to balance. But as part of this budget, I have prepared an ask back request to reinstate that position. And I'm asking the committee to consider the request for adding back the position. The office needs this position, needs to reinstate this position so that we can continue our 3 to 5 year appraisal plan. And that plan includes a reappraisal of commercial and industrial accounts. We need to have a qualified appraiser recruited and hired in that position to get our complete portfolio of the commercial industrial accounts all reappraised in the next 3 to 5 years. And in addition to that, we think there's actually even opportunity where that appraiser 3 position could maybe split some time with our assessment data analyst. So it's another very technical, it's a single position. It's 2 down in the budget line items. It's a single position. It's completing a lot of the statistical analysis and modeling that's required by the state for the appraisal plan, the annual ratio study, salary reporting, things that we have to report back to the state. They funnel through our data analyst. We need some crossover there. So I could see a qualified applicant filling the appraiser 3 position to assist both. But there's definitely a need, and there's a need in multiple areas in that personnel side. And so the ask back is asking for what I've calculated the net burden of base salary and roll-ups would be $82,750. Our budget has an additional $8,000 in a GL called Extra Help. It's GL 482. Follow me. It's at the bottom of 97 there. I think there's 8,500 in there. We would use those dollars also to help reinstate that position, moving that out of Extra Help and into that appraiser 3 line item. So that's kind of where we're at with personnel. We removed a position so we could force the budget to balance so that we could absorb the rest of the personnel increases from the revised or the renegotiated collective bargaining agreement. But by all metrics possible and available, we are still short in our office by, well, according to the state, we're short 4.25 bodies. I don't think we're short 4.25 bodies because we've developed and are utilizing some technology that other agencies aren't. And when they compare us to other offices or other agencies, we're doing things quite a bit different. So although the state would say we're that many bodies short, I don't think we are. I do believe we need this position reinstated, and I see opportunity for it to fill a couple of need spots. If the budget, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. This is Lindsay. I don't know if you can see me, but
hold on a second. There, now I can.
I just wanted to clarify. So was this CBA over, was it a catch up? Was it over the course of 1 year? How did that roll out? I'm not clear on that.
When you said DBA, what was the DBA reference?
CBA.
Oh, CBA, yeah. So in late November, December of 2020, we had most folks get, I think, a 7% market increase. And then some of them had step increases that had happened along the way. The following year, this year, it's a 3% increase. So we're dealing with most people getting, well, everyone getting 10 and most people getting somewhere between, well, on average 12 to 13. Those who still are step eligible would get 10 plus another 5 and a step increase. Those who are maxed out on this scale would only get the 10% increase over the 2 periods. If you look at those 2 periods, the discretionary allocation that was put into our budget to handle that, that 12 to 13% was 5%. 2 that we budgeted for last go around, and 3 that was added as discretionary this go around.
Okay, so going forward, is there, how long is that good for? I mean, are we looking at needing to project out significantly a higher percentage? I'm not clear on the contracts.
Just to clarify on the collective bargaining agreements, so as Derek was saying, the agreements were finalized in November, and I'm only speaking to the AFSCME contract. And as part of the AFSCME contract, there was a 5% market adjustment plus a 2% COLA that went into effect that it was retro to July to settle that contract. Effective July 9th, the start of the first payroll period of the new budget year, there will be another 2% COLA and a 1% market that goes into effect. And that's in addition to, like Derek was saying, anybody who may be step eligible on a salary matrix that we have 7 steps that are set up. And so if they're still step eligible, they could be earning steps during that time period as well.
Okay, so it sounds like to some degree this was a catch up in some ways, just because it extended so far. It's just kind of a shocking number, 15% increase that you're absorbing. So I guess my next question is, where did you absorb the 170? How did that get absorbed?
Am I back on? Yeah. So that came from cuts in different spots, different places, and then also taking out the appraiser position that is the ask back. That position fully burdened is close to 100, and the other 70 came from reductions in, I think it was professional services, where we had a contract with a professional technical writer who was doing some manual writing for our tax administration software, and that contract's coming to a closure. It was about 35,000. The other appraiser 3 position is somewhere at 100, and then some other cuts along the way got us to a balanced number. We also had more money in our beginning balance than we originally forecasted. I think we forecasted 7. I don't have it. I hit escape here, and hopefully I don't lose everybody. Yeah, so we originally forecasted 70,000. We actually ended up with 113. Excuse me, Ken, go ahead.
On the year-to-date actual, it was 163,102.
Okay. What we had projected, though, at this time last year was, it looks to me like from the adopted budget in 2020, 2021, again, page 97 at the top, 7471.
70,471.
Yeah. So the difference between those two is additional revenue that helped offset expenses.
Okay, sorry, I thought you said in the beginning that the impact of the CBA was like $200,000 and you were able to absorb 170, and then the additional elimination of this appraiser it sort of made up for the full 200,000.
That is correct. That is correct. So over that period, personnel expenses increased 220,000. To get this to balance, 100 came from the position being eliminated. The rest, or a good chunk of the rest, came from more money received in CAFA than we thought we were going to get. And the beginning balance originally forecasted at 70,000 And then this one I'm looking at, Ken, says 113,157 for an initial budget beginning balance.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that versus the 160. Is that the difference?
Well, if you're comparing the adopted budget to the year-to-date actual for the current fiscal year, last year you had an adopted beginning balance of 70,471, and then the audited beginning balance was 163,102. So that would have been revenues collected in the, your balance in the previous year. That would have been a result in 1920.
Yeah,
is where that audited number, and then the 113,157 is what you have projected as being in your beginning balance for 21-22.
Right. So I guess another way, Lindsay, is to say we underestimated our beginning balance for 2021, and the additional dollars were also used to offset the expenses that we incurred, still incurring this cycle. Because again, this is over 2 periods, so this is the 2021, now 21-22 is where we're going to see the total impact of the collective bargaining agreement in terms of the 220.
And then it expires end of fiscal year 2022. Is that correct?
It's a 3-year collective bargaining agreement that's in place.
Okay, but we're still going to have some COLAs and whatever to deal with 22.
In year 3. Yeah.
And what's historically been a challenge for my department is we're so heavily personnel, and if half the staff got a 5% step increase just by the normal course of business, and we get a 2% discretionary, we're already in the hole again, and that's just the way it is. It's the percentage discretionary increase has not matched the increase in personnel expenses for a very long time. There was a large discretionary allocation increase last year to make up a big portion of where we were falling behind. But I don't know that I don't see that changing going forward. I guess to get back to your question about what happens next year when we say 3% discretionary increase, but personnel expenses go up on average of 5 or 7, I'm back in the same boat. I really am. And you'll see when we get to materials and expenses, we've trimmed it down. We have very little control over revenue. We've trimmed down materials and services. We're using better technology to get things done smarter and not harder. But at the end of the day, this is a personnel office. And as the personnel expenses go, the budget deficit for me goes. It really does.
So I'm just going to ask a 30,000-foot question, because AFSCME is one of our largest is the largest union. Are other departments experiencing this massive impact to their budgets? I mean, I haven't heard it come through from most departments. Am I just missing that, or is it being absorbed in other places?
No, I think I highlighted that in my budget message from the start when you saw on the increase in the personnel costs, and then every department, it can vary from department to department about the available resources and where they've cut in materials and services lines, or where they've addressed with beginning balances or ending balances to make up that difference. So I think we'll see, like in a lot of the presentations, we're going to see a decline in ending balances and more funds being applied to those personnel categories for the collective bargaining agreement and the increases in personnel costs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think what's a little bit unique, if I can say, is like Derek has shared, that one of the challenge that he has is he's primarily general fund monies. It's primarily discretionary revenues that are supporting this fund. So so he's relying on that discretionary allocation to balance.
Yeah, that's it. That's true, 100%. And I think any department that's not a revenue generating or a revenue offsetting, maybe the sheriff's gets money back through the ticketing system or reimbursements from jail sharing, or I don't know what all happens. I know, the clerks are somewhat self-funding because they get money back for recordings, et cetera. Ideally, we would get money back from the jurisdictions that we bill, collect, and distribute funds for. But the those agencies aren't willing to sort of pay us for our services. So at the end of the day, we get a grant from the state, and the rest of it is a burden on the general fund.
And I'd also just highlight and just echo off of that in I want to say the last 2 budget cycles, that similar situation that the sheriff's office was in as well, with the new collective bargaining agreement and the challenges. There were several discretionary increases, pretty substantial, that were approved for the sheriff's office as well.
And Ken, I kind of a way to think about that too is that we just heard that the sheriff's office is having a great success with having new hires too. And so I think when I joined the county, he was down 10 patrol deputies. So it's a good example of you pay people better and the positions pay better and you have staff.
Well, I would also add that one of the reasons, and that definitely has been borne out, but I also think that when you have law enforcement, members of law enforcement in other cities that would like to escape their current plight, i.e. law enforcement in Portland, it makes it a whole lot easier to hire them when you can offer them the safety of Yamhill County.
And well-funded personnel positions through the assessment and tax department, supporting those efforts. No, I hear you. I hear you, all those. Good people are important. And that's a nice, the revised collective bargaining agreement, or the new one, it is going to help us with recruiting. Those were big numbers, substantial adjustments for market, and pulling people from Portland Metro to come work in Yamhill has historically been challenging. And some of that's base pay, some of it's upward opportunity. But I definitely have more interest with that CBA than I ever did prior. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I guess my frustration is that there's only a limited pot of money. And so when these things continue to go up, they become unsustainable to the point where you're cutting materials and services to the point where it is impacting what we do for the people who pay the bills and additional staff. I mean, you're almost cannibalizing part of your staff just to maintain. So that is a concern long term.
Agreed. So to bring up the budget impact of that ask back kind of full circle, if we reinstate it, we'll be back to 19. We've been 19 since 19 FTE in our departments, 2010, I think. There's been no increase in the number of FTE. The reinstatement of this position would bring us whole back to 19. It's not an add. It's a reinstatement. I think that's important. And I do see opportunity to, again, take this resource, if you will, and use it wisely and use it in a couple different areas. So I thank you for your consideration of that in terms of my ask back effort. Okay, to move on?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Materials and services, pretty straightforward here. Year over year, it's a percentage increase. I think it might be 1 point something. So not a material increase really. If you think of just most of what we do has an uptick in licensing fees or subscription fees, that sort of thing. The 3 GLs I do want to point out are 51306, which is, I think, on 98. It should say software, and then underneath it, footnote says pictometry.
Yep.
What's really important about that particular line item this year is we are coming up on the end of funding for our aerial imagery for the county. I have been in touch with Brian Young and OEM, Sheriff Svensson, Patty Sawyers in 911. I think Christian even dabbles in it in our county council. We've really found a good footprint for folks throughout the county to use the aerial imagery that we procured. The money's been coming out of a reserve down below, and each year that we owe about 67 a year. It moves up into this line item and it gets paid out. The reason I bring it up, one, it's one of the larger items, but two, the reserve is going away. So while it's not really a discussion point this year, I'm just sort of whetting the appetite for coming back next year and searching for a solution to keep that program going, as it's found a home in so many different offices throughout the county. And there's actually even state legislation that I'm part of, the president of Osaka, and working with OGIC, the Oregon Geographical Information Council, trying to find a way to get statewide aerial imagery at the state level, just because it's become so sort of key to the business that we're doing. And if we don't have aerial imagery, then we go back to bodies, because what we do with that high resolution imagery saves bodies. I mean, we have fewer people getting in cars and driving to locations to do inspections, because the permit tells us not, 80% of the information. An aerial imagery flyover can tell us the rest. We may just have to go take a photo of it or something quick, but it's really been a tool for our office to save time, money, dollars, personnel. We actually lead the state in demonstrating its efficiency and how effective it can be. And it's one we're going to want to talk about, how we can either prop it up, keep it going, or at least let it have its day in committee to figure out what we can or can't do. So there's, as I said, there's a little bit more in reserves. Looks like there is 70. So we have another payment in reserve. That'll be the final payment for 2022 budget, and then it'll be something we'll want to look at. The second one is GL 683.07. That's professional services. 3 years ago, Lindsay, your predecessor, and Commissioner Olson asked that we put things that are services and look and feel more like services into the service bucket, and things that are more like software licenses into and intuitively that makes sense. But what's in these next two, the first one being professional services, the next one I'm going to talk about is going to be software and licensing. They're the tools that we use every day. So it's an RMLS subscription. It's printing, mailing, inserts, title reports for foreclosed property for the county, any public notices we have to give. It's really a statutorily driven. We need these things to meet these requirements. Nothing in there that I could say we could do without. Honestly, it's a pool of services that we base all our business practices on. It has held somewhat flat. We're at 30 to 32 now. Some of that might be just moving things in and out of there, because as we subscribe to something different, we may put that in a service. Marshall and Swift is one where, that's a cost valuation program for residential and commercial appraisal. They've shifted their model to be in an online software as a service, basically, instead of selling a CD that you load to your desktop. That costs a little bit of change, but for all intent and purposes, I've got a breakdown of professional services, and our management team has gone through and assured that these are the ones we need, and they're essential to business function. Software and licensing, that category is interesting for me in terms of I'm not used to seeing sort of the software and licensing that's in this GL is going to be required forever. We're going to have a tax administration system. We have to have something that creates tax bills, that monitors payments, that does all of that software type stuff. And then we have things where they're pass-throughs from the IT department, where we get a portion of a bill from DocuWare or ArcGIS or other programs like that, where I don't have control over the contract. I get an invoice that says, here's your cut of the bill. But they are programs, and they're software programs and licensing that we're either told we have to have, or we know we need to use the program. So again, I feel like those three are the main material and services pieces that are, kind of buckets of a lot of things. And we dove into them deep. We go into them every year and make sure that we're getting the best price and that we've got the right vendor. Questions on materials and services?
I think so.
Anybody? Once, twice? Okay, well, the last thing is reserves, and this will be painless. The reserve for future is cut short in description. That was a reserve in place for software maintenance. When we went through a conversion to our new tax software in 2016, there was money put into a reserve for software maintenance. I've mentioned this over numerous budget committee meetings and different arenas, but at the end of the day, it's ongoing maintenance. Probably shouldn't have been in a reserve, but we had it there to spend. So each year we take our maintenance costs, we move it up from the reserve into software maintenance. Now it's zero. So next year when I need software maintenance for what is called Aumentum Technologies, I'll have to find it, or we'll have to talk about what that means, because it's an ongoing platform. It had a 5-year reserve prior to me coming on board. That was started. I was on board, but I wasn't assessor. So yeah, that one's zero. And should just drop off, I think, in 3 years is how it works. The reserve for aerial photography, that's the offset to the reserve up top. And we've got one more flight left. We're going to fly, the county in fall of this year. And that'll be our final flight under the contracts that we currently have. And that is a lot, but I am open to any questions you might have.
Derek?
I know this. Oh, go ahead, Mary.
No, go ahead, Doreen.
It's not a big line item. I was just curious. There's an entry for the state of Oregon for 11,000. I'm just curious what that's for.
Do you know what the GL number is, Doreen?
Yes. 012-700.01.
012-700. 700.021. Oh, okay. So the state of Oregon has the Building Codes Division, which is responsible for manufactured structures and certificates of ownership and who owns them, and if they transfer, if they come in the county, if they come out of the county. We do a lot of their work for them up front, so that folks don't have to drive to the BCD division in Salem. They can come to our office. We can handle the transfer. We do their paperwork for them. We're like a remote office almost for the BCD. And so we collect so many dollars from the owner who wants to either transfer, bring one in, whatever they're doing there. We have to send that money off to the state. They get all the money, so we send it to them. But then they give us, if you follow a line item back up top in revenue under, I think it's 341.05, then they pay us back for the work that we're doing.
Oh, gotcha.
For transferring manufactured homes. It's a wonky way to account for it, but they won't allow us to net. They want all the money to go to them first, and then they're going to send it back to us. So
okay, thanks.
And not all counties do that. A lot of counties have opted out of that, saying that they're not going to provide the services of the BCD locally, that they'll hand out the paperwork and then ask citizens to go figure it out on their own or go to Salem. But our office has been doing it for so long. When that concept hit the table, we decided to keep doing it.
Eric, I had a question. You said earlier, you made a comment about the taxing districts are not willing to help subsidize the administration of collecting the taxes and dispersing. Is that an option?
It's been proposed, Commissioner Sterrett. I'm, as part of our legislative committee for Osaka, we're looking at a potential funding, long-term funding mechanism for assessment and tax. My issue, our challenge here in Yamhill County with its dependency on the general fund is not new to the state. Everyone's in the same sort of boat. So one of the concepts that was put on the table was an expense share. You know, is it 25 cents an account? Is it $1 per account? We provide everything from billing for the paper required to send the mailing in the envelope, to do the billing, to do the collection, to do the reconciliation, to do the disbursement. They've got no cost in the game other than receiving our distribution at tax time and throughout the year. That has hit some opposition, more so this year than probably any year, as we're protecting revenue sources at the local level. I think the LOC is, they would have a hard time with that. If we could get more people on board recognizing that if we don't start sharing in the expenses, then it's going to continue to be a county burden. And until that changes, that's where it lies, really.
There would be a battle between LOC and AOC.
It would. And guess where I sit? I sit right in the middle. Hello, friends.
Thanks, Derek.
Yeah.
Derek, what about special districts? Are they they're in the same pushback boat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think folks there was such an alarming message being sent out about what was going to happen with COVID as people were going through their budgets last year. 20% cut, 25% cut. Everything's going to be cut. It didn't materialize, but at the end of the day, there was a lot of inflated concern about even conceptually thinking about this idea that we may be retaining a portion of the distribution. And that's how it would come. It wouldn't come out of their pockets per se. It would come out of their distribution. And so it wouldn't be a fund it now, get paid later. They would just receive smaller amounts going forward. Maybe this isn't the appropriate place for this, but at the end of the day, I was even proposing not a dip into the existing tax base. Let's talk about the new tax base going forward and a percentage of the new tax base. So you don't feel it retro, you feel it slightly going forward, but you can budget for that. That was I like to call a non-starter. But maybe with some support locally for some AOC members, we can revisit that at the right time.
Did you know any?
Oh, no. No one I want to name particularly. But anyway, great comment. And yes, to bring that full circle and to sort of leave that where it lies, we are looking at funding sources. We are looking at, unfortunately, there may be a proposal for an increase to recording fees. If low-income housing were to give up some of their stake in that recording fee, we might be able to replace it with something for assessment and tax and help bring back the CAFA grant to that 40% of your operating budget. Where it was originally intended to be. Now it's down to 15% for most counties. Some it's even less than that. But it's a statewide issue where we've got to find some long-term indexed funding sources that will move with expenses instead of forcing folks to get so far behind and then they have these huge, gigantic leaps they have to make to get caught back up. And that's not, it's not financially palatable at any point. So it's being talked about. I can promise you that. It's even got a committee, and I'm heading that committee.
All right. Well, you know where to go if you want some backup.
I like it. Thank you, Commissioner Derek.
Derek, just one last question, at least for me. So if I'm understanding you correctly, that reserve for the future 990.03, it's at zero, but there's an ongoing yearly cost of around $50,000 for the I think you said software needs. And then the aerial photo project is 70,000 roughly a year. So, and that runs out this year. So are you expecting like 100? Did we lose Derek? He's frozen on my screen. I think we lost him.
He's frozen.
Permanent smile. We lost him. Oh, well, if we get him back, I'll ask my question, but.
Commissioner, I think he was saying that he's going to need that software, a cost for that, or he's going to need that expense line kind of no matter what. It's just that he did have it in a reserve. My memory, some of the other budget committee members may remember that.
Okay. Yeah, it looked like there was about $120,000 on a yearly, maintenance kind of need that won't be there next fiscal year.
Yeah, I understood it to be that 67,000 was the ongoing yearly need. And we had, with that 70,000 that's still in that reserve, he's saying he has one more year to make that payment. And then after that, we're going to need to solve that.
Okay.
That's what I understood anyways.
Okay.
All right. I guess if Derek shows back up, we can ask him. But is Joe Moore in queue? And there's Joe. Hey there, Joe. Nope. You're back to muted. Now you're there.
There we go.
All right.
All right. Good afternoon. Looks like mine starts on page 109. We'll be doing 4016, which is the facilities maintenance budget. One of the things I'd like to start off by telling you guys, we've got a crew of about, between the jail and our full-on county maintenance department, we've got a crew of about 12 people, including myself. And throughout this last year, we've done a couple of creative staffing, moving some guys around to help them out. But for the most part, everybody has continued to work and nobody's had to take any time off. Nobody's, his secretary's been working from home, but other than that, the entire crew has worked this entire year and has done an outstanding job. And I'd just like to recognize them for what they've done. They've been a valuable asset to the county. Okay, starting off with 4016. Not a lot to it. We didn't make any changes in our personnel budget, our personnel lines. Those all pretty much stayed the same. As far as dropping down to materials and services, those have all pretty much stayed the same. What you're going to see is on the ending balance, as you heard from Derek, we're all getting hit with the last CBA kind of affected every one of us in our personnel lines. So our ending balances have obviously shrank. And you'll see where it really affected us in our jail maintenance budget when we get to that.
Hey, Joe, if it's okay, I'm going to interrupt because I see that Derek came back from the technical issues and there was a question that a commissioner had. And now that Derek's back, before you continue with your presentation, I just wanted to give Derek the opportunity to respond and then he can sign off.
Thank you, Ken. And Joe, thank you for all the work you've been doing. But yeah, I don't know what happened. I thought maybe someone got mad at my comment and just kicked me out. It's like, man.
You had a smile on your face. You were frozen on the screen with a smile. No, my follow-up or ending question was, you mentioned that you were running out of funds for the aerial photography, and I think you said the ongoing software costs as well. Maybe it's the same thing I'm thinking of, but it was roughly $70,000 a year, and then was there another 50?
Yeah, so the last maintenance reserve that we had, there's two reserve lines there. One is zeroed out now. The other still has 70. The one that is zeroed out was the one that was for software maintenance. And we moved that last bill up into this year's budget to pay maintenance. It's now empty. So next year I'll have to find the software maintenance dollars from somewhere because we don't have the reserve to pull from. The 70 that's left will be for the final flight of aerial imagery. Both coming to a closure. So one's closing out this year. Next year, the other one will be closed out.
Okay, but is the aerial photography something we need to do on an annual basis, or is that just we were catching up from?
This was the original reserve put together covered the first contract we ever had with pictometry. It's over 6 years, I think. So 3 flights over 6 years, and it has become an integral part of our business. I would be a proponent of, and I will come to the board in subsequent years, next year starting, to say, hey, let's build a reserve for what would be 2023, 24. But the dollars that are in there will get us through this year and next year.
Okay,
Sound
thank you.
good? All right, thanks everybody. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Thanks, Derek.
Back to you, Joe.
All right. So I just pointing out that, as you can see when you look at the projected ending balance there, that as Derek was saying, we are seeing, you know, the repercussions of the last CBA that we had. So probably next year we'll have to look at adding to our discretionary allocation. Other than that, there's not a lot to it. Does anybody have any questions?
Joe, I just have a question. Oh, Commissioner Sterrett was going to make a comment.
No, I was just going to say how much we appreciate you and your team, and they're great. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joe, I was just going to, I noted that you have a pretty good beginning balance, projected beginning balance, but I recognize that you have a lower ending balance. But I do want to acknowledge that we often, I mean, that's kind of the goal, right, is to have a bigger, you know, in terms of careful budgeting, is to have a low ending balance because you're budgeting it all, and then you projected beginning balance that's higher than that, right? I mean, isn't that the ideal?
Yes.
I have just a
Point out
question.
a little bit of difference. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have a question. So if you, this is my first year on budget committee. And so one of my questions is when you provide the maintenance services for the jail, for example, if they have repair needs, things like that. So would their budget would handle the tactile expenses for supplies or materials, and your office would then provide the labor portion. Is that correct?
Yeah, and well, yes, and we'll point that out when we do Fund 4116, which is the jail maintenance budget.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. No, that's all right.
So, Joe, this is Lindsay. When you were saying you've had the similar impact to your budget over for personnel, are you you referring to like roughly the 200 and some $270 some $1,000 difference between the beginning and the ending balance? Is that?
No, I was just pointing out that usually we have a stronger ending balance in past years, and this year it wasn't as high as it's typically been. And then we'll see when we go into 4116 where it really affected the budget.
Okay.
I think the easiest way to kind of see what that budgetary impact is going to look like is if you look at the 2021 adopted budget, which did include a portion, because again, when we went into negotiations, when we were building that budget, you know, we told departments to budget a certain amount, but not necessarily because it was still subject to negotiations. And so it would have included like a 2%. So if you look at the adopted total budget, as an example for his total personnel that he had for 2021, and then look at what he has proposed for 21-22, you can see some of the differences there with the increases. That's an easy way to do it. And this is one of the simpler budgets to look at it because like Joe was saying, he's not making a lot of changes. There's not reclasses or changes in the FTE built in with the budget. So this would be like one of the few budgets that, you know, where you can kind of look at and get a general idea what the personnel increases are looking like.
I did the math and it looks like it's 4% increase.
Yeah, it just, obviously it's more complicated because the assessor had a very different scenario, but I was just curious. Thank you.
If there's no more questions on that, we'll head over to the jail maintenance budget. It starts on page 111. And this one here stayed pretty much the same. You can see there's we have 0.4 of the office specialist. My secretary's out of that. She handles a lot of the clerical for the facility side of things, taking work orders, whatnot. Our specialist, we've got 20% of him in there because he will oversee a lot of the electrical work on that side. So we've started making them pay for a little bit of the overhead cost as well. Where this got hit was on line, it would be 40356 and be the building maintenance worker 2s. We have 2 FTE positions there, but you can see I've only funded 1. That was a vacant position. And to make this budget balance, after talking with Ken and Justin, and knowing that this was might possibly be a little bit lean this year, we'd go ahead and not ask for that position back and maybe keep the authority to have the position, but we just wouldn't fund it this year and then see what happens next year and possibly refill it next year. And that's kind of the most significant part of this budget here. Other than that, it's pretty much the same as last year.
Joe, did you get any COVID reimbursement for janitorial type processes?
Yes. In fact, we I think I defer to Ken on this, but I think that we ran a lot of the COVID purchases through facilities to kind of keep it in one spot. And so we did a couple of extra lines for that in our budget.
If you look at the year-to-date actual, if you go back to 4016, and if you look at the year-to-date actual, that's a reimbursement line. You'll see that he didn't have anything budgeted for that. So for this current fiscal year, reimbursement of $152,355, and then in 1920, $52,264. So just over $200,000 of CARES Act went directly to facilities for all their activities, including the janitorial work and additional projects that Joe was talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Joe, back to 4116.
Oh, it's fine. That's fine. They kind of run together. Like I said, that was the most significant change in in this budget this year. So other than that, it's about the same. So, I mean, if anybody got any questions.
So, Joe, should that say 1 FTE, or maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing?
Where I've only funded the 1. Maybe I'm not positive. It might be a mistake on my part. I left it as 2 because I wanted to keep the authority for that other position.
Okay, I see.
I just wasn't funding it.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Joe?
I guess, Ken, I got a question for you. Do you want me to stick around for the capital reserve?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so the next budget that we're going to go over, if you go to page 113, and this, again, we're jumping a little bit out of order, but while Joe's here, I think it'd be good, and then we can go to IT. But 4027 is our capital improvement. And what you're going to see, because I think the one part that Joe didn't really cover during his presentation is how the revenue that is generated within his department. It's there's a direct general fund allocation, but then we also charge maintenance fees and rent to departments to in turn generate revenue for these two funds. So and correct me, Joe, but the rental amounts, we do a split, and a portion of that is set aside in 4027, and we have a flat amount that goes into 4016 for maintenance. But a majority of it, the higher percentage goes into 4027. What 4027 is for is facilities improvements. This is where remodel projects, major capital projects, we need to replace an HVAC unit on a building. We need to, like Brad mentioned during his presentation about his office remodel, that's something that's adopted as part of the capital improvement list under this, and we utilize this facility funds to pay for those projects. The one thing that I would call attention to is you're going to see a pretty substantial beginning balance, and a large part of that is because of the current fiscal year. In fact, the last 2 years, we were really trying to curtail doing any major renovation or remodel or projects while we were trying to do the space needs analysis that I mentioned during my budget message. We were in the process of doing a space needs analysis. We didn't necessarily want to go in and remodel a building that we would come back and say, you should tear the building down. So we were being really selective on the projects that were being approved to go forward, and it was really those critical ones. And Brad's project is one of them that really came across that's critical. The likelihood that Brad's ever going to move out of the courthouse is pretty slim, unlike some of our other departments. So you're going to see a pretty substantial beginning balance for this fund. And the second part that's contributing to this balance is also just the pandemic was also contributing to it. Joe's staff was busy enough with everything else that was happening from a maintenance standpoint, where implementing the smaller improvements, doing the janitorial, responding to, make sure we stay compliant with OSHA regulations and everything else. And then that further resulted in some savings that are going to start building up in Fund 4027. Any questions on the revenues on that? I think that's the biggest item to call out, but otherwise it's pretty standard as far as the internal transfers that come in from the departments and go into this fund.
So on the 4027 38014, the building reserve revenue, that's mostly rents?
That's internal. Those are internal charges that we charge out to departments.
Okay, including the rents, right?
Yep. And then as personnel, it's pretty simple. This is Justin's position, a portion of that, because again, this would have been one of the budgets that Justin would have presented. In fact, he prepared this budget. So, he's the only personnel that's recorded in here. Getting down into materials and services, you're going to see where we do have the biggest thing I would call out is 780.34. This is where we're paying some interfund loans on some other projects that have happened. You'll see in here the Stern Block, which is the buildings of where the commissioner's office and accounting is located. So it's repaying the loans, the interfund loans that were used to purchase these properties. The full faith and credit, was that for family and youth? Do you remember, Joe, off the top of your head?
I do not remember that.
Yeah, I think some of those loans, but it's the final payoff for that loan. So that one will be coming off here. So this is another use of this fund is for interfund loans for property acquisitions that have happened in the past. And then turning the page, you're going to see that we did book in 820.01, $491,000 for renovation projects. We're still working on finalizing the list of projects that are going to be identified. And what's brand new is in 990.03, is you're going to see we put $1 million in a reserve for the future. This is something that we've been having extensive conversations about, because with the space needs analysis, and we know we have a lot of needs here on the county campus. We've outgrown a lot of spaces, or we're utilizing spaces that weren't really designed for the commercial use that we're using it for. So there's limitations. And so we really want to start thinking long-term about implementing a long-term capital plan. And the first step was doing the space needs analysis, and we got a really good set of recommendations and a good assessment of our current footprint of our county facilities, and especially looking at the McMinnville campus area. And we have needs. We have a lot of needs with facilities. And so in looking at that, it's, you know, there's various options that were presented, and they all have substantial price tags attached to them, much more than what we have available in the budget. So in order for us to start addressing some of those needs and that long-term planning, we wanted to start by building a reserve fund, a reserve for the future, to start putting away funds for implementation of the recommendations of that space needs analysis into the future. And recognizing that, you know, ARPA and those funds that are being made available, you know, is also has potential to contribute to some capital needs that we need to address directly related to the pandemic. But so that was the big new change in this fund for this year. Any questions on 4027? I went through that pretty quickly. Did I miss anything, Joe?
I think you got it all.
Ken? We went there, Justin or Shane's in, go to IT.
All right.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Hello. Sound check. Everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, Shane.
Awesome. Well, welcome administration, board of commissioners, and budget committee members to the 2021-22 Information Technology and Telecommunications Budget presentation. Dream, nice to meet you. Welcome, newest member. Please let me know if you have any questions throughout the presentation. Are there any questions before we begin? And what my plan is to, as I step through the three budgets, I'll kind of give just a brief overview of each budget, kind of what it entails. So with that, let's begin. So if you would turn to page 118, 1017, the Information Technology Budget. So we provide the following services: help desk, desktop support. We maintain and administer the computer networks and related equipment, manage and administer a server farm, manage email services. We provide support for third-party off-the-shelf applications, report writing, database administration, all those types of services. And this fund captures the cost to provide those services. So with that, let's start with revenue. If we look at 334.29 assessment and taxation grant, slightly higher. The tax assessor gave me a dollar range to use for that, and I went with the low end of the range just to be conservative. 380, let's see, account 3801, CO internal revenue. That's comprised of our internal network charges and transfers from corrections and health and human services for computer programmer analyst assistants. Modest increase there. And then account 3810, CO internal admin overhead revenue. That is table 4, adjusted software. Any questions on revenue? All right, let's move on to personnel. And I'd just like to ask, I want to mention, I'm asking the board for approval for one reclass. And that's for Chris Garcia to be promoted to a senior network administrator. I created a memo for your perusal indicating the reasons for the reclass. If we look under personnel, account 40324, the senior network administrator position at a 0.7 FTE, that is reflecting that new position. And if you look at 40367 account, the network administrator, I zeroed that out. Moving on to 48200, extra help. There's a bit of an increase there. And we've been basically getting some, we have a temporary desktop support person that is helping with our day-to-day needs just due to how busy we are. That's a temporary part-time person. Any questions on personnel? Okay, let's move on to materials and services on page 119. We'll start with account 54301, department equipment. A significant reduction there. The 30,000 is just for our equipment needs. IT paid for half of our perimeter switch refresh, and now it's that numbers come back down just due to normal expenditures. It was inflated just due to a large project that we had ongoing. Account 6101, professional services, a little bit of a reduction there. Most of that money, when we spent it, was used just for outside support that we need for some of the specialized equipment that we have. And the big one, account 68307, software licensing and maintenance fees. That increase, it's always just cost of doing business, and then just any additional ongoing licensing that's added. Is there any questions for materials and services? All right, well, let's move on to capital projects. If you look at account 80104, I have $113,626 there, and you'll note the footnote, 70,000 is going for a security product, and we're just leaving the rest of the monies that will be used for any future projects. Is there any questions for capital or 1017, the information technology budget? Good for now? Okay, excellent. Moving on, let's move on to page 120, and we'll look at 4814, telecommunications. And basically, we provide communication services for the county, as well as the city of McMinnville, and YCOM, that's our 911 Yamhill Community Agency, or Communications Agency, I should say. We also provide phone support for their business phones. So let's start with revenue. Very healthy beginning balance at $634,300. Moving down, we'll look at 362.30 telephone. A little bit of a reduction in revenue there. That's due to our phone rate cuts that we did as well. Last October, the courts moved to a state VoIP phone system. So we lost about $25,000 worth of revenue with them moving to the states. That's what comprises that reduction. Account 3801, CO internal revenue. That's essentially table 10. And that's what we charge for extension fees and call costs to the county departments, and modest increase there as well. Any questions on that? Okay, moving on to personnel. If we look at personnel, we've got 40324 senior network administrator. That's the offset to 1017, the other 0.3 allocation. And of course, I zeroed out 40367, the network administrator position. Is there any questions on personnel? Okay, let's move on to materials and services, which start on page 120 and continues on page 121. So So on page 120, we'll start with 54301 department equipment. A big reduction there, down to 30,000. Again, that's going to be just for our basic equipment needs. And telecommunications also paid for half of the perimeter switch refresh. And now we're back down to normal expenditures. Any questions on materials and services? I'm turning to page 121 now. If there isn't any, okay. We'll move on to capital, 80123. Got $100,000 set aside. That's just for anything that comes up. And a projected ending balance account 9901 of $428,786. Is there any question on capital for 4814 telecommunications? Okay. Let's move on to. Okay, sorry, I thought I heard something. Let's move on to computer replacement fund 4017. So for this fund, departments pay each year a portion of money that goes into this fund. It's for their PC and laptops. So at the end of a replacement cycle for desktops, it's 5 years, laptops, it's 4 years. At the end of that cycle, they will have paid for a new device. And then we come in and essentially give them a new device. So that's a lot of what this fund does. And it also has MDTs, which are the mobile device terminals that the sheriff's office uses. It also has that in there as well. So let's start with revenue. I am going to ask for approval to make a correction to this budget. And the beginning balance should be 30,000 less. So it should be $757,319. And the reason for that is we are replacing 6 MDTs for the sheriff's office this fiscal year, and I did not account for that. So if the board grant permission, that would be great. Moving on to 3801, CO internal revenue. That's $17,324. Just as a reminder, that comes from the telecommunications fund 4814. And that's used to build up monies. So in the future, we can replace common equipment that both telecommunications and IT use. And 3821, CO internal computer replacement. That's essentially the sum of table 11. So that's all the monies that the department's paid into for the replacements for the year. Any questions on revenue? Okay, moving on to materials and services. Looking at account 54301, department equipment, we have $242,900 there. That's what we're projecting to spend for computer replacements for fiscal year 21-22. And the balance of what's remaining will go into account 9929, which is a reserve for the future. And similarly, for MDTs, we have account 54302. We're projecting to spend $75,000, and the balance going into reserve 9903 of $32,000. I do want to point out on that, I put the money aside, $75,000, just because that's what we need to replace. There's going to be another question though, have they put enough money in there? Because I know right now it's only about 40,000 to the positive, and we're replacing 6 MDTs. So they're going to put another 32,000 in here in July. If you truly wanted to spend 75, it would be a problem for the continue to this fund. I think. So there's some more that we have to figure out on that. I was just trying to allocate what we may need to replace aging MDTs. It doesn't necessarily mean that they put enough money in to do that yet. So that's a different discussion, if that makes sense. I just wanted to point that out. So anyhow, is there any questions on 4017, computer replacement fund? We're good? Awesome, okay. Well, with that, I just want to give a little shout out to my team real quick. They really stepped up last year, just like they always do, especially during the pandemic. And they did a fabulous job. I mean, they're a talented group, and they're really customer focused. It's incredible. Just a pleasure to work with. And I know all of you have different roles, and I wanted to say thank you to each of you for your hard work and the support that you provide for Yamhill County. I certainly appreciate it. And it's a pleasure to work here. And if there isn't any questions, I guess I'm done.
Thanks, Shane.
You're welcome. Ken, would you like me to stick around for the next one that you're going to do for the software reserve? Okay, we'll do.
Yeah, Shane, I'll have you stick around, and then also Carrie, if Mike Barnhart's available too, I'd like him to join because I know he has to present one of the other budgets as well. I don't even see him as an attendee. Well, when Mike joins, so the next budget we're going to talk about is on page 123, which is 40117 software reserve. Now, the software reserve and what we have in this fund is it's a software reserve line, but it's not necessarily one of Shane's budgets. This is the fund in Fund 40 that we use when the board will do transfer or move funds into 4117 for funding a large project. Some previous examples, in fact, if you look at 800.07, you'll see some funds remaining for HHS software project. That was a really big project that they did a number of years ago with their Juniper system. Which is their health records management system that HHS uses. Another example of some history in this fund is when Derek did the big assessor's office, they did a big software conversion project that was funded through 40117. The big project that we have in here right now is on 800.10, which is during my budget message presentation was something that I mentioned that we're in the process of doing an RFP right now for an ERP project, which is a replacement for our finance system, our central finance system. Very large project, very, I think Mike and Shane and the team that's doing the RFP ended up spending 2 weeks of presentations looking, or more than that. It was about 4 days per vendor of presentations because this finance system, it's more than just our accounting software. It also includes modules that have HR, that has contract management, has procurement, has budget, has finance, which includes AP, accounts receivable, and so on. And so a very large project to replace a software system that we've been operating and in use since 1996 or 1997. So this is going to be a multi-year project. You will see the beginning balance. It's really that reserve for the future that we've been carrying forward. We have been putting funds aside of discretionary funds to build this account up. We do think we're probably going to need additional funds, that the 1.9 million is not going to capture the full purchase of the software and the implementation based on the proposals that we've seen to date. And, so this is going to be another significant request that we may be coming forward because to replace our finance system, which the clock is ticking on our current finance system. As far as a security and support standpoint, it's reaching end of life, and so this is going to be a priority project that Mike and Shane and I, the whole team, are going to be working on for the next couple of years. And so, any questions at this point? You're going to see that we did move it out of reserve from the future into an expense line, the 1.9 million. We do want to fully appropriate it because we do anticipate during 21, 22 that we're going to initiate this project. Still pending some additional steps in the RFP.
Ken, this is Rick. How far are we from the finish line? You've got the opportunities to hear the vendors. I mean, are we close or are we a long shot from now?
We are actually very close to having a recommendation to bring to the Board of Commissioners to do a notice of intent to award. So once the review team has their recommendations, they're going to be meeting with me, and we're going to be going over the recommendation, and then we'll be putting it on the commissioner's agenda. We're talking in the coming weeks. So then we can start initiating this project in the new fiscal year.
But any idea of what it's going to cost? Are we seeing some numbers that you're kind of focusing in on at this point?
Mike, do you want to give a range, or maybe just give the top?
Yeah, the top, the implementation, I think the first year, we're looking at cloud services right now, which will save us money in personnel, ultimately. The cloud services are waived for the first year. So we're just looking at the implementation costs. And the high is about 2.7 million right now. And that includes the consultants to come in and help us do this, which is super important because we don't have the staff to, we don't have any backfill in any of the offices, HR, finance, IT, to pull this off ourselves. So most of all of that is implementation firms that'll help us make this happen. And we have a long way to go because we don't, you know, we don't have electronic workflow. We don't have electronic time cards. We are very manual, paper processed. So we have a lot of work to do in the next year, 2 years, to change how we do business to, you know, be in this century that we're in.
Thank you.
Our current system is 22 years old, which gives you an inclination there.
Yeah. So we're almost talking back to Cobalt time, right? Almost.
It's pretty bad.
Mike, this is Lindsay. So another roughly, I don't know, 700,000 or so just for implementation. It's not phased, right? It's just you're implementing the whole thing and moving it all over.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then after that, then we'll have the annual maintenance and service fees, as they call it, for a cloud-based system.
Okay. And are you guys at that point yet where you have a ballpark on that or no?
If I looked at the top ones, they're all between $300,000 and $400,000 a year for maintenance. But of course, they're doing everything. You know, we don't have any IT involvement other than an internet connection. Shane might want to speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, I'm just curious how, like, apples to apples, how that compares to what we're doing now. Maybe it doesn't compare at all, but.
That's the hard part, is comparing to what we have right now, because right now our current finance system, you know, and Shane can speak to this, it's hosted on local servers. We have typically in the past, we've had a dedicated programmer for supporting the finance system. So IT provides that direct support. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I think looking at the new software packages, talking to a lot of the other departments as well, there's just going to be a lot of, you know, productivity, especially with the you know, workflows and some of the common tools that we can really be leveraging. So I think there's some real opportunities there. And, you know, also going on the cloud, that's going to, you know, keep a lot less resources on the other side. I think there's still going to be some IT support, but a lot less. Obviously, we have the clients here, and a lot of it's being happening. So, you know, and they have such incredible, you know, fault tolerance and coverability, and just, you know, the server farm is amazing. So, you know, we're at the stage of talking to references next, and so I'm excited about that. We're going to really get a good and important to hear from some other agencies, you know, and I think we'd like send out some really good questions. And so I feel pretty good about that. I think we start with that next week. So, yeah, I think overall, it's just, you know, after 22 years, it's time. I mean, you know, Canvas costs us a lot of headaches on the IT side. There's a lot of manual intervention, and I think what happens when you have a system that doesn't deliver what you need, then you have all these departments that start managing spreadsheets and doing things off the grid to survive. And if you can bring that back into the fold, I think, again, the productivity and efficiency there, and I think
let me add one more thing here is we were really careful to make sure all departments were included. When we did the demos, we had 30, 40 employees across the county. When we were doing just the interviews, we had 30, 40, or just determining what we wanted, we had 30, 40 people involved. So we've talked to all the departments, and it's pretty much a unanimous agreement what our top 4 are at this point. Now it's just trying to narrow it down to the best product at the best price.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, do we have any counties that we've been talking to that have implemented this?
This particular one, there's nobody in Oregon that's done it because in some ways it's sort of cutting edge.
Well, that's one of the products. The question was about talking to the other counties who have done ERP conversions.
Oh God, oh yes. I'm familiar with quite a few of them. And so we've talked about what they like, what they don't like. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've been reaching out to other jurisdictions, and then also, you know, relying also on the expertise with the staff, because I just highlight, you know, Mike came to Yamhill County with coming from Lane County and working in some of the different systems that other jurisdictions are using as well. So he also brings that experience to help us make a really good informed decision on how to proceed with a recommendation that ultimately we'll be presenting to the board here in the coming weeks. All right, so I think that's the big thing for 40117. And I want to circle back with Mike one more time, but I may be bringing a memorandum tomorrow morning to present to the committee for a request for the additional funds, because again, we want to make sure that we have sufficient appropriation of funds available for implementing the project for whichever product is chosen for this. And recognizing that this is also, it's again, I just want to emphasize that this is critical. This is our central finance system. So this is really the, you know, I don't want to call it the brains, because of course it's not filled with AI. We're the ones that still have to feed all the data into it. But, you know, it was really exciting to see a lot of the presentations, because I see a lot of opportunities for across the board process improvements. I think, I think it was Mike and Shane both alluded to, I think we use a lot of paper. We also use a lot of spreadsheets. I will say, in building the annual budget, you'd probably be surprised on the number of spreadsheets that I have alone in, you know, for the budgets that I build, much less if you saw the volume from the various departments, because a lot of the budget module in our current system, you know, you have to do all your initial work in a spreadsheet, and you're just basically doing a data entry into GEMS to generate the reports and the budget, you know. So to have a new system that could potentially, or we could have all the forms and have information preloaded just in the budget process alone, it's going to be a time saver once we get things implemented. So that, if there's any other questions with 40117. All right, Shane, thanks. Mike, you don't get to go very far.
Thanks, Shane.
Everyone, thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you.
And buy a new microphone, Shane. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to talk to him about that.
Our IT manager needs to represent better than that. So,
but our clerk does a fantastic job. So
I actually recorded it just so I could show him.
The next one is on page 115 on 115, and it's 4083 maintenance reserve for the postage machine. And Mike, did you want to talk about that one?
Sure. We bought a new postage machine some time ago, but we happen to have the reserves in this fund for that old machine. So we decided to hold on to those reserves because postage is key. I mean, every department's got a lot of mailings, And it's an important function at the county. So since we had those reserves, we're holding on to them. And that should be enough to replace the next postage machine when that comes up for when we need to. So that's all that is.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Sure.
All right. So I think we're down to checking my list here.
Mr. Chair, can we take a 5-minute break? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yes, that would be wonderful. All right, we'll
Sorry,
take a quick
Ken.
break. Be right back in 5. right, welcome back, everyone. Ken is running.
All right. Thank you. So what we have left in the budget, let's see. Oh, we have two funds left or to go over. One that's in Fund 40 and one that's proposed. And I figured we would start with the last remaining division that we did not go over in Fund 40, which is 4161, which is on page, I think in the binder on page 126. And if everybody's there. So number one, I'm going to start with a disclaimer on 4161, because there are some pending items and some actions that we need to take in working with the board on the current fiscal year in 4161 to get this fund sorted out, because this was the fund that is where all the grants and grant expenses related to the Yamhellis West Sider Trail recorded to. This 4161 has historically been used for large capital grants that the county receives and implements. And what I have prepared and what you have in here, because there's a number of discussions still to be had about closing out the ODOT grant, the state parks grant related to the bridges, that there's still some decisions to be made and some budget adjustments that need to occur this year in order to get the budget to what I have presented here today. So I just wanted to put that disclaimer out. So what this budget reflects here is essentially if the ODOT grant and the state park grant, and we get the revenues transferred in to cover the expenses that have been incurred in this fund over the last year, and then also however the repayment agreements are going to look like, this fund is still a work in progress. And so what you have here is a beginning balance that, again, it's tied to that contract services line. There's going to be some funds that are remaining. Otherwise, when you look at 4161 334.02, you'll see a Department of Transportation grant for $874,000. And what that is tied to, there should have been a footnote in here, but for some reason the footnotes weren't displaying. This was for the Willamette Valley Vineyards, Bernot Estate, Biodynamics Grants, Regional Infrastructure Fund. There was two different grants for that project. There was a Regional Infrastructure Fund for $150,000 and an Immediate Opportunity Fund for $724,000. So that $874,000, I just want to make sure that we have, because the county's acting as a pass-through for this grant program. This is a grant that a business applied for, but they couldn't apply for it. The county had to apply on their behalf. And so the county applied for it. So we're acting as a pass-through for this grant funding. It was approved. It's just taken time each year to get all the agreements and everything in place for the funds to actually start moving. So you're going to find that $874,000, and then if you look down at 811.02 down in the expense, you're going to see that's where we booked the expense. on line 334.99, you're going to see 750,000 that's budgeted there. That amount, historically in the past, we've always budgeted a placeholder of 150,000 for any grants that may come available during the budget year that the county may want to pursue and apply for. And then there was a $600,000 placeholder at the time that when this budget was being built, we were contacted by YCAP and they were exploring the possibility of applying for a community development block grant. I think that's since changed. I don't believe they're applying for that. So I believe that was for 600,000. And again, that was going to be another one where the county was going to act as a pass-through. So I think that number is going to have to be revised as well, because I know they've elected, I don't believe they're wanting to go after the community development block grant. So again, it's a timing issue that we were in the early phases of being contacted about applying for a grant, and I built it into this budget. Now I'm not sure the status. If I believe YCAP's decided not to pursue that grant and is looking at another grant program, but I need to verify that. So that's what you're going to see in this fund. And this is an incomplete budget because right now we're still pending further discussions. I know we've had a number of discussions around the trail, and in order to zero out the previous grants that were in here, that's what this budget reflects, that it's going to be zeroed out. But it's going to be subject to further changes, and I'm assuming that as it proceeds, this might be one of the funds that we may be making amendments to or adjustments to clear up to budget adoption in June. So it's really hard to kind of prepare a budget on these specific categories while we're still having discussions kind of closing out previous projects. So this was just my attempt to at least get something prepared in the books for the budget committee to take a look at.
What's the status of the 600,000 for YCAP? Am I not seeing it in here because you took it out, or maybe Commissioner Sterrett, do you know?
Well, I was going to ask because I know that they had that Alexandra had requested that we replace one grant request with another grant request.
Yes.
And they were working on it, so I don't know what they wound up deciding to do. That's the way they left it. Was are you in agreement that we can switch them out? And we said yes, and I don't know whatever happened because I'm assuming they're working on that grant. And I haven't heard an update from Alexandra on that particular grant. I don't know if anyone else has heard.
No, I haven't heard anything. I'm curious why the county, are working on YCAP's grant.
Because this is one of those programs, again, kind of similar to that, the Willamette Valley Vineyards. It's one of those that a nonprofit can't apply for it directly. It's something that the county would apply for. So we would be a pass-through of if they have a project, they wanted to apply for it, we would work on it, make the application, and then it would be a pass-through. But again, this is one that early on, I wanted to make sure that we had this in here, but we haven't seen a grant application come before the board yet for approval to submit. So it's still in a holding pattern.
Okay. Do we charge them for that? Is that what the contract services is? Do we pay our employees to do their grants essentially?
No.
Okay. So what is contract services then?
Contract services, that's just, we appropriate funds. We've used that in the past. Some of the expenses that have been recorded to that, I will say that there was some trail expenses that were recorded to that weren't affiliated with one of the grants. So I know there was some clearing and some maintenance activities that were done, and it was charged to that contract services.
Okay, so last adopted budget was 116,000. And was that pretty consistent over the past like 1920 and 1819? Because it seems like the actuals are pretty low.
They are. That number, there were funds remaining from other projects and from reimbursement, and we just have kept those funds appropriated in a contract services line with no specific intent on what they were going to be spent on. They were just available.
Okay.
Can the Willamette Valley, it was the bio diversity grant.
Yeah.
Is that something that we wrote ourselves, or I know we were a party to it, but did we write that grant for them?
Well, again, they couldn't apply. So they did most of the write-up in the applications, and then our staff acted as the conduit to put it into the format and make the actual application. You know, our staff would bring it to the board, presented it to the board approved it, they would do the application, and then our grant manager acted as the grant administrator communicating, because Willamette Valley Vineyards, because for that project is a good example, they don't communicate directly with ODOT or business services, you know, with these programs. And so the grant manager acts as the conduit, is communicating. And so then the agreements come back and then we present that. So we're acting as a conduit, not only for a pass through of the funds, but then there is an administrative component to this and making these programs happen.
Yeah, I guess that's my concern, is that, I mean, the trail was one thing because the county was the applicant, but some of these other ones, YCAP and Willamette Valley, it seems like we should be charging for, that's a lot of time to administer a grant from project, you know, start to finish. And if we're not recouping those expenses on our end, I just, that doesn't make any sense to me. YCAP has plenty of money, so I don't see why we're not, you know, charging for that service.
Maybe, Commissioner Bershauer, I'm not as familiar with YCAP as you probably are, because I've never been on the board before. But it may be that they cannot have an admin or a service fee on these kinds of things, and that would have to be part of the disclosure of it, right? As part of an application. That could be, I don't know, maybe Alexandra knows more about that than me.
Yeah, that could be, but Willamette Valley is a private business, so it's a little bit of a different scenario too. But I mean, it feels like, you know, Willamette Valley, they're asking us to be the intermediary, but they're also asking us to use our staff to essentially administer the grant with no recoup. So that's concerning to me, that practice.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody's, you know, that's ultimately a board's decision at the time of when these applications or requests come forward seeking our assistance to get, you know, access to these funds, and then acting as that conduit. I don't think we've necessarily, I don't believe we have a history of charging administrative fees for acting as that conduit in the past. And so that's just something that, you know, ultimately when these requests come forward and staff is asked to work on a project to help facilitate, whether it's a business in this scenario for the Willamette Valley Vineyards, or if it's a nonprofit that's coming forward and asking the county to act as a conduit to getting access to funding to support a project or program that they're wanting to do. You know, for each case, it's we have not historically charged an admin fee to capture that.
I would imagine, I'm not sure. I know the Commissioner Sterrett was here for the original decision, but I'm just assuming that when the original decision on the Berneau one, for example, was made, that was part of an overall economic development perspective on the county, that this large scale vineyard and winery operation needs to have a separated turn lane in order for ODOT to allow them to do their work, and that this will be a benefit to the county. I'm assuming that that was part of the conversation, because I know that we have a whole fund for economic development where we help promote and encourage and retain businesses.
And I think that's a really good point, Commissioner. I think when we have those types of situations, that we would use economic development money to pay for the staff time for the grant. In other words, if in that particular case, I don't know that it was ever part of the discussion. It was simply that we really never delved into the details of how much time it would take for us to do this. I think that's probably something that we need to look at going forward, because I know that this happened, for instance, with the trail. We were going to be the pass-through, we were going to be doing some of the facilitating, and then it winds up getting ahead of us and it becomes bigger than life. But in terms of that, so in those particular things, that would be an economic development component that should be taken, I would think, out of those funds. And then also, I feel like if like Provoking Hope or even not necessarily the Housing Authority, but Lutheran wanted to apply for a grant that we needed to be the pass-through for, there could be any number of our community partners and nonprofits that would need that. We don't have the bandwidth, nor do I think we should be funding those types of grant writing services carte blanche, because we can't do them for everybody. How do we justify picking and choosing? I want to make sure going forward that we do talk about that and put it where in a line item it needs to be in, just so we can keep track of who's doing what on whose behalf.
Yeah, and I agree, Commissioner. I think that's a really good point. I think that I know that with some grant applications, there's not an admin fee that's allowed to be pulled out. But I would imagine that through our economic development fund, we can help figure that out when the situation arises. And let's make sure that we talk about that along the way.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Commissioner.
Because I will say what you have in front of you with 4161, because I'm looking at it strictly from a budgetary and ensuring compliance with Oregon budget law, is ensuring that if we're going to act as a pass-through, that we have it appropriated, because again, I need to be able to document or show the revenue that's coming into the county and then the expense with it going out. So there is a consideration that when we do act as conduits for these funds, that we have to build it into our budgets to do that. And that's what 4161 has historically been used for, both for on-site county projects, but then also as acting as a capital grant project for these types of programs. And that's what's built here. But again, this fund is a work in progress. There's a lot of items when you look at the year-to-date actuals for the current year that we need to address some of the revenue to get this fund zeroed to a certain degree. And so then we're ready to proceed into the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Saved one of the best ones for last. The next one is I'm about to hit send on an email unless there was any more questions on any of the budgets that we've covered. So I've got an email that I am hitting send. Make sure I have everybody on there. we'll see how quickly it gets there.
It'll be a race for all of us.
So the next one, and I'll just fill time as as it's navigating through the switches and everything else and getting to everybody's mailbox. But so the next one is specific to ARPA. I figured it'd be good to get it presented today so then we can have discussions for tomorrow. It's going to look really simple on what I'm proposing to set up. Of course, I hit send and I close the attachment, so I don't have the attachment right in front of me. I was prepared to talk about this.
Ken, going back to 4161, I just sent an email to Alexandra at YCAP to see if there was more information that she could provide, since this could still be deliberated on next, at the tomorrow.
Great. All right, so $20 million is a lot of money, and the funds coming from the American Rescue Plan Act, they do have a reporting requirement. While they're not as restrictive as they were with the CARES Act funds, there is restrictions around what we can use the funds for. And I figured the easiest way to ensure that we have the funds appropriated, because this is one that there's a lot of policy decisions still to be made on how the funds are going to be utilized and where they're going to be prioritized, and further guidelines that the board may want to establish on how these funds are going to be available. From a budgetary standpoint, I still need to make, I need to make sure that it's fully appropriated. And we're going to be receiving our first allotment of those funds this current fiscal year. Depending on how much the board elects to make available this current fiscal year, we may have to do a supplemental budget, which means that we may have to make some amendments to what I have here. But I wanted to get something built into the budget document, so then that way for 21-22, that we had the amount appropriated and available for those discussions to be had. So again, what you're going to see, it's going to look a little bit different. I haven't even shared it with the internal budget team yet to get it ready to enter into the budget. So what I'm proposing is we should have a beginning balance of the first allotment, 10 million, going into 21-22, subject to whatever funds may get spent this current fiscal year. And then 12 months later, we're supposed to receive the second half, or the second allotment. Treasury didn't really provide any more clarity other than 12 months after the first allocation, you'll see the second allocation of 50%. And so you're going to see, I'm going to have a revenue line with the additional $10 million that we'll receive next year. Kept it simple. I put a majority of it. I put some of the other kind of typical costs that we do roll in, some admin overhead, some legal services, because there will be some work that finance is going to have to do. This is some of those administrative fees that we do capture in a lot of the other programs and funding that we do receive. It's captured in that admin overhead and internal legal services. And then I put in a small amount, which is kind of the typical amount for being included in the annual audit that we do. And then the bulk of it I put into a 699 line, which is another expense. I don't like using that line, but I think it's subject to, we're so early in the discussions about what funds may be available for grants, what funds may be available for capital projects, what funds might be used for revenue replacement for internal departments. A lot of those questions are still out there. I just wanted to make sure the full amount was appropriated, and then as those decisions are made, we can make revisions, and the actual expenditures and how those funds are applied will be recorded appropriately. So as an example, if we spend $1 million on a capital project, it will be recorded to an 800 line. It'll be recorded to a capital line. We may want to make some, depending on how much progress we make in the coming weeks on further deciding on, you know, what the board would like to see, how these funds are being utilized or accessed. We may make some further adjustments to the actual budget prior to adoption to put it into those lines. So much for capital, so much for transfers, so much for grants. But again, I just wanted to be sure that we had the full amount fully appropriated for 21-22.
So Ken, are we just assuming that none of these funds will be, since they're going to be fairly short term, that we're not going to have any investment type of connection?
There could be. I just didn't put that in there. If we do earn any, I have to check the rules on that as well, because I know there's specific language from the Treasury. They'll sometimes put conditions on it that that we might not be able to. I mean, they know that all governments, we, you know, in Oregon, we have to keep our funds in interest-bearing accounts. So they know that we're going to earn interest. It's just whether or not, you know, how that's going to appear in the budget. That would be something that I didn't really want to forecast what that was going to look like. I didn't have numbers to put in there. But if we did, you know, start earning additional bond or pool interest, we would record those earnings in revenue lines. We would add those as we were accruing them.
Okay.
Ken, just thinking about the finance system and the large price tag on that, if we could be thinking in terms of, I know we're looking at internal and external uses of the ARPA money, and we're also looking at the big ticket items, for instance, infrastructure, broadband, water, that type of thing.
Right.
If we could be thinking in terms of that, I know that's for another day, but.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But still a thumbs up to thinking about that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that's the difficult part is we basically, U.S. Treasury, you know, Congress said, here you go, $20 million, come up with a plan on how you're going to spend it for COVID response and recovery. And, you know, it's the good and bad that comes with it. You know, you get like a CARES Act where it was so restrictive, it helped really shape on, you knew what was eligible expenses for reimbursement and what you could use it for. And of course, at the time, you know, we weren't happy because there was a lot of expenses that we were seeing that we would have loved to have applied some of those CARES Act funds to. Here, on the other hand, they went more general with the guidelines and the restrictions. And so now we have the difficult task of prioritizing and identifying where these funds are going to be targeted. So it just means that, yeah, I'm not easy to please. I'll complain either way. You know, so what we have in here, because I think it's really important to, again, I want to get the funds at least built into the budget and available for those future discussions. And I think it's really important to build them in at this point with having the full budget committee instead of waiting till June to add $20 million to the budget. I think it's really important that we have the discussion and we make the addition here. And I have this on the deliberation list for tomorrow.
So Ken, does that, when we talk about the overall budget that's adopted, so let's say we're adopting a budget that's 170 million,
Yep.
but our budget is really 155 million. Are we basically adopting a budget of 170 million?
Yes.
Okay.
We are, because remember the budget adoption process, we're establishing what we can spend next year. You know, so this is going to be, it's an additional $20 million of revenue that will take the budget from the current 155 to 175 million.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll have to tell our grandchildren that the big spike was for a reason. And then hopefully we can do some of those things that Commissioner Berschauer has, you know, eloquently spoke about so that we have things to point to.
Yep.
Something to show for it.
As you can imagine, my presentation, some of the charts that I'll be presenting next year will have some spikes as compared to previous years.
Asterisks.
Yeah.
On a sort of unrelated yet related note, as of this afternoon, all of the PPP funds for the program for the second round draws is now depleted.
And you've been at the helm on those.
For the whole year. Hundreds.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Also, in somewhat related news, is that the counties are now going back to high risk. There will be no one in extreme risk as of Friday, so that's good news.
I just saw that.
Yeah, but also the caveat was everybody still gets their hush money, that $20 million or whatever it is. Kind of eases the grieving process.
And also OBI today announced the new OSHA rules that are now published. So we'll have those to look at and see how we proceed in each businesses that we deal with. So more regulations to look at.
Yeah, keeps coming.
Yeah.
So Ken, I don't know if you're nearing, kind of wrapping up, but the one thing I had in my notes was we're anticipating, we don't know what it looks like, but we're anticipating some repayment of grant money. We're anticipating, well, we know we have to repay one grant. We know that we have to repay attorney fees. Where are we accounting for that? Is that coming out of this year's budget? Is it coming out of 21, 22?
Well, like I was saying, because we haven't been able to chart a course on what that's going to look like, and that's why it has not been built into this budget. There hasn't been the decisions yet on what the repayment agreements are ultimately going to look like. I'm anticipating that a lot of the expenses may be occurring this fiscal year, which then could have an impact or require some amendments prior to budget adoption between now and July 1. But at this point, because I don't have, it's challenging enough to kind of project out with the budget and build a budget around all the other uncertainties and unknowns associated to all the various revenue streams and expenses that are occurring. And these items, because we've had a number of discussions about the trail, but we haven't really reached any firm decisions on, yes, this repayment's going to happen at this point, and this repayment's going to happen at this point, or we're going to transfer funds from this fund over to here to cover it. That's all going to be this current fiscal year, which then in turn is going to require some adjustments being made to what is eventually adopted as our 21-22 budget.
Okay.
Oh.
No, it's okay. I had in my head that a couple of those items were likely for current year budget, and then most likely the ODOT grant is going to come later. So that's I just was hoping for seeking some confirmation on that.
So then basically beginning balances would have to be radically adjusted for
Correct.
The next, okay.
Correct. That would have an impact on beginning balances for the next year, depending on which funds we ultimately end up pulling funds from. So if we end up having to do a supplemental budget or some other action this current fiscal year to address that, then that in turn is going to require some modifications to, depending on what funds we're pulling from in the next fiscal year. It's going to have an impact to those balances.
Thank you.
Yeah, at this point, because we did not include, the other option would be is budgeting the full liability for the all the grants that we had with the trail and building that as a line item, and then figuring out, you know, which resources we're going to be pulling from to cover that liability is another possible option that we could do in this budget. Sorry, more questions than answers, and I apologize for that, but you know,
well,
sorry, I was just looking. Oh, sorry, Denny. I didn't mean to
go ahead
interrupt.
then. Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think we had talked about like liability reserve or something like that, but I just looked at the budget and it says that there are an estimated $785,000 in miscellaneous insurance claims for 21-22.
That's different. That's for general liability claims.
Okay.
For the current fiscal year, with the judgment that was filed on the attorney's fees, we will be paying for that out of Fund 80 for that specific item, but that was for a court-ordered finding. So that is something we're going to pay for out of Fund 80, out of the insurance reserve. But as far as the other liabilities associated to the grants, it wouldn't be something that I would recommend pulling from Fund 80 to pay, unless you wanted to reduce the reserve for the future and transfer that to discretionary, because the intent is to use discretionary funds to pay that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just trying to get to, you know, what do we have socked away in Fund 80 that we would be pulling from? Because there seems like there's subcategories of. Does that make sense?
And paying for, I guess maybe some further clarification. I don't know if I understand fully the question on what we're looking at potentially paying for.
So what I'm seeing, this is for the attorney fee order. So Fund 80 has multiple kind of sub sections. And I'm assuming that you were mentioning the liability reserve, which is showing a total revenue of $641,000 for 21-22. What
So for something like that, so that was if I remember correctly, just really rounding, that was a $47,000 expense. Much like in the ways that if we entered into a settlement agreement on any other litigation that we were responsible for paying for, or if there was a judgment along those lines, the lines I would typically be looking at, and it would be the current fiscal year, not necessarily because we have an obligation to pay that now. It would be an expense incurred during 2021. So as an example, a line that I would be looking at would be like the miscellaneous insurance claims in 8138. That would be one that we appropriate funds, because keeping in mind that when we do our budgets, we try to look at year-to-date activity, but when we build a professional services line for the next year budget, we don't build it necessarily with a specific project or task in mind. We're making sure that we have sufficient appropriation authority to handle professional services or claims or litigation or items that may come up during that fiscal year. And so this, that's a line that we have used in the past for taking care of deductibles or paying for services, or even like professional services is another line. Again, we appropriate typically to the fund. We don't do line item appropriation, so we're not bound by that specific line item, that we're restricted to that spending within that specific line item. We appropriate to the fund. So if there's a chance that you overspend one line, then you have to adjust your spending and make sure you don't spend out of one of your other lines to ensure you don't exceed your appropriation authority.
So I know I've asked this question probably every budget year for the last 6, and I know that I'm not quite sure how to put this to bed, but we didn't have a line item for the trail. We didn't have we didn't have it budgeted. It was just all over the place. So I'm wondering if there's this aggregate, okay, here's a budget line for what we've spent on trail related things, if that exists anywhere in any capacity.
4161 is the place where we recorded all of the grants. So a majority, the acquisition of the corridor was purchased with an ODOT grant. And that would have been recorded in 4161 during that fiscal year. And all the expenses and reimbursement for paying for purchase of the corridor would be 4161. Same thing goes with the bridge grants. The expenses and the reimbursement received was recorded to 4161. The only items that were not fully funded was really staff time, was wages, because you're going to find we did not have that to a specific budget for the trail. So any staff time, whether it was my time, the grant manager, that would have been in 1010. Christian's office and any time that they spent on the trail, that'd be in 1025. But we did not, at the time, we didn't have a fund set up for the trail.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there matters we still need to cover today?
Well, for tomorrow morning, so when we resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., it'll be the budget committee. We're going to be going into compensation committee, and I know Doreen, you haven't been through that before, and it's where the 3 citizen members of the budget committee, you comprise the compensation committee, and there'll be a presentation. There's a whole agenda. It's a separate meeting from the budget meeting. So we will open that meeting, go through the presentations that are scheduled. Our HR manager's out on leave, so I'm actually going to be presenting that as well. I'm sorry I've had to do so many presentations this year. I usually don't talk this much each year, but so we'll go through that, and then the compensation committee will prepare a set of recommendations, and all the elected officials may be joining and making presentations to the compensation committee. And then once that meeting adjourns, then we'll immediately go into deliberations and hopefully budget approval tomorrow.
And you'll have a list for us of all those things.
And I do have a running list, and when I update it with all of the recommendations made by the compensation committee, then I'll send the full list. It'll have both of those lists, so for tracking purposes.
Thank you.
And I can't remember, do we get a list of requests for the compensation part? Did we get that ahead of time?
I did not see a list of requests come through. And there's no requirement that I think if you looked at the budgets that where there's an elected department head, you may see some adjustments in each of their lines, but I haven't seen any specific requests come forward, and I'm assuming that those will get presented tomorrow.
I do want to note that the former chair, the agenda for the compensation committee includes Doreen App as the former chair. So congratulations, Doreen.
I saw that.
I saw it earlier in the week, and I thought, well, that's interesting. I get credit for something I didn't do. It's good.
Well, maybe it's a premonition. It's something to come. All right. Well, if we are close, I've got a son that is going to start a tennis match in about 5 to 10 minutes that I'd love to go catch. So if we're done for the day, then I say we adjourn for the night, and we will pick back up tomorrow morning.
See you.